Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Palo Alto City Council dated November 10 of 2025. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Here. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
For the record, 5 present, Councilmember Vinker and Stone are absent.
Okay, thank you. So our first item this week is a proclamation recognizing National Police Records and Support Personnel Week. I think we do that every year, and I love it. So here we get to do that tonight. So we're going to have Councilmember Rectal read it, and then staff is going to do the acceptance, as I understand. So Councilmember Rectal.
Okay. This is for National Police Records and Support Personnel Week, November 9th through 15th, 2025. Whereas law enforcement agencies throughout the state depend on law enforcement records and support personnel to provide them with vital services. And whereas law enforcement records and support personnel are crucial to helping law enforcement agencies identify, pursue, capture, and process suspected lawbreakers. And whereas these professionals continually use their expertise and experience to assist in tracking felons, maintaining criminal statistics, and improving apprehension strategies. And whereas the California Law Enforcement Association of Records Supervisors held its annual training and technology conference on November 3rd through 7th, 2025. And whereas it is important to recognize the City of Palo Alto's law enforcement records and support personnel for their valuable contributions to our law enforcement system. Now, therefore, Ed Lowing, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize November 9th through 15th, 2025 as National Police Records and Support Personnel Week in the City of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Great. Someone going to give an acceptance speech for this, please?
James Reifschneider, Assistant Police Chief. Councilmember Rectal, Mayor Lowing, council members, thank you very much for recognizing the work of our personnel in our records unit and support division this week. While the work that they do is rarely of the type and rarely the focus of reality TV shows, pulp fiction novels, or feature films, it's nevertheless a very important type of police work. Our records and support staff are often the first face or voice that members of the public encounter when contacting the police department, and their expertise and professional acumen are critical to our successful day-to-day operations. On behalf of Chief Binder and the entire police department, again, I'd like to thank the council for this recognition. And importantly, I'd like to thank our records and support staff for the outstanding work that they will do this week and that they do every week. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to come up and bring some colleagues to accept this?
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you.
Great. Come on.
Oh, thank you.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right. It's part of good police work.
Is this mingled?
That's right.
Best?
Okay.
You sent that to us. Okay.
Or this one. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work. Yeah, we know we appreciate your work.
Tell your colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next item is going to actually be a closed session, beginning now and expected to go till about 7:20. All closed sessions are estimates, and we could be earlier or later. And we'll come back after that and move on with the rest of the agenda, starting with public comment. Is there any comments on closed sessions?
No, Mayor, for the record, there are no requests to speak for closed session items 2 or 3.
All right, could we have a motion to move into closed session?
I so move.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt? Yes. Motion carries 502. Councilmember Stone and Vinker absent.
Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. We've returned from closed session, and there's nothing to report. We're now going to go forward with the agenda and look at agenda changes, additions, or deletions. I'm advised that there's a very heavy amount of general public comment and high amount of public comment on at least 2 of the 3 issues. So I'm going to predict that the 3rd issue, which is the dark skies, that we're not going to get to that issue tonight. If we make progress on the first 2, we will take public comment on dark skies, but I doubt we'll get to that debate. That's just the nature of it when we have a lot of public comment. So we'll try to move through this with dispatch. We have 5 council members, but 3 meaty items there after we get through the public comment. So that will be the agenda change. So we'll go to general public comment and number of speakers at this point.
We have 11 requests to speak.
All right, so we're going to have to do that at 2 minutes.
All right. Our first speaker is Sven T. Sven T. Moving to our next speaker, Jesse Y. A reminder to public speakers, the time is 2 minutes. There's a time on the podium as well as on the screens. So please be mindful. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jesse Young, and I'm a student at Menlo College studying business management with a focus on real estate and urban planning. I wanted to speak today about how Palo Alto can make better use of its underutilized commercial spaces to meet community needs. Across the Bay Area, we can see vacant office buildings and empty retail fronts, which are remnants of the post-pandemic economy. By reimagining them as mixed-use family centers or affordable housing, we can breathe new life into neighborhoods while addressing real social challenges. By turning old commercial sites into housing, childcare centers, and local business spaces, adaptive reuse isn't just urban planning, just isn't an urban planning concept, it's a community investment. Other California cities have already taken steps under the Assembly Bill 2011 and the Assembly Bill 1490, streamlining the processes for projects that serve working families. Palo Alto could show that redevelopment that can honor both place and people. So I urge the city to explore policies or pilot programs that can make it easier for small developers and local nonprofits to convert these properties into inclusive spaces for families. Thank you for your time and for your continued service for the community.
Our next speaker is Caden T., followed by Israel G.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for your time. My name is Caden Thurston, and I'm a student at Menlo College. I want to speak about the gap between the amount of vacant commercial space in Palo Alto and the challenges that small business owners face trying to afford workspace here. The city's comprehensive plan says that Palo Alto should support small and locally owned businesses to maintain a diverse and vibrant local economy. Right now, many commercial and office spaces in downtown and California Avenue sit empty for long stretches of time. At the same time, small businesses often face rents that can reach $6,000 to $10,000 a month for even a small or shared suite. I also want to acknowledge that zoning rules and ground floor retail protections in Title 18 were created to support walkability and community life. The challenge is that some of these rules, along with current market conditions, make it difficult for small service-based businesses to move into these available spaces. So I'm asking the city to consider a few practical steps. Create rental incentives for property owners who lease to local or early-stage businesses. Explore transitional or tiered rent programs, giving small businesses time to become more established. And review parts of Title 18 to identify where small service-based businesses could be allowed in ways that still protect walkability and active street life. Palo Alto has a long history of new ideas starting in small local spaces, sometimes even garages. If we want that tradition to continue, we need to make sure those early stage and community-serving businesses have a place here. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Israel G., followed by Magdalena C.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Israel Garcia, and I am a Menlo College student studying real estate and business. Through my studies, I've been learning about how cities balance housing, land use, and development, and that's what brings me here tonight. As the city continues to face extremely high housing costs, with median home prices above the $3 million and average rent far exceeding regional levels, some residents have turned RVs and trailers into an alternative form of housing due to affordability challenges. However, Palo Alto currently has a few designated locations for this type of use. The Buena Vista Mobile Home Park remains the city's only significant site, but its ongoing redevelopment raises questions about future capacity, zoning careful classifications, and long-term land use. Beyond that, no formal RV parks or managed parking programs exist, leading to unregulated vehicle parking in public or commercial areas. This has created gaps in planning consistency, public safety management, and code enforcement, as well as uncertainty for nearby neighborhoods and businesses. Given these challenges, I would respectfully recommend that the Planning and Development Department and City Council review existing zoning and land use policies to determine whether a designated RV or trailer zone or a limited pilot program could help manage these issues more effectively. In particularly, the city could look at a currently vacant parcel of land around the outskirts of Palo Alto city limits. Such a review could support better land use planning, community balance, and long-term infrastructure management, aligning with the city's borders of development goals. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Magdalena C., followed by Claire E.
Glasses. Good evening. My name is Magdalena Cabrera. I'm here to argue the case for the need of a pilot study of a well-maintained, organically managed natural grass field with the appropriate soil composition, good drainage, and the best grasses available for drought tolerance and durability before the city decides to use artificial turf in all fields going forward, post the Lloyd Consulting study. I'm aware that Parks and Rec are recommending the use of plastic grass at El Camino Park. Let us be scientific and logical in order to compare apples to apples by creating one natural grass field to see how it holds up compared to artificial turf. I think we can call this due process. I know that we are committed to sustainability, zero waste by 2030, and health for our community. As a 4-time cancer survivor, I strongly feel that we are playing with fire and risking the lives of our youth by proceeding on the premise that artificial turf is safe enough to use, or otherwise stated, safe until proven unsafe. Let us lean into the precautionary principle. There is too much currently known about the cancer-causing effects of PFAS chemicals in synthetic turf, not to mention the shedding of nano and microplastics into our bodies and the environment for us to ignore. I urge you to add a provision to conduct a pilot study of a well-managed grass field for us to really make a fair comparison. I would like to put in a shameless plug for using natural materials in all city playgrounds going forward. My baby granddaughter and other young ones love to run and roll on the plastic in Bulware Park, coating themselves in toxic material. Do we really want this for our grandchildren? I don't. Let's do the right thing by our children and grandchildren and not visit the ills of such a deadly disease as cancer decades from now. Do we pay now for toxic-free playgrounds, or perhaps pay later with the medical bills, ill health, and even death for those who are the future generation and decision makers? Thank you so much for your time. Please let's pause and seriously consider what we're doing and why we're doing it. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Claire E., followed by Raphael Z.
Hi, my name is Claire Elliott, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto and a retired environmental engineer and ecologist. And I, like Magdalena, am here to encourage you to give some good thought to next week's agenda item to move forward with approving the Lloyd findings. I believe the Lloyd study has a number of serious shortfalls, and really the only recommendation that I approve of is the one to go with a pilot grass field, which they have also recommended. But the health hazard section, if you pay attention to that, it lists one chemical of concern for synthetic grasses, PFAS. And then it says we can solve that problem by asking for PFAS-free turf. Well, there aren't even analyses for many of the PFAS compounds, so they can test. And a lot of the feedstocks they get from other companies could likely have PFAS in them. So that's a huge concern to me. There's also the concern that there's potentially thousands of other additives in plastic that are known to be toxins, carcinogens, and endocrine disruptors, and the report doesn't mention any of those. It mentions several concerns about chemical hazards for grass when and they're all pesticides, which Palo Alto doesn't even use. And then the cost per hour calculations are strange because they assume 500 hours for natural grass fields when there's 9 fields in the report that are used for over 1,000 hours per year. So there's also lots of hidden costs to synthetic grasses, including that the people who manufacture it are dying at increased rates. So I would really like you to go with a natural grass field, hopefully at El Camino Park, and help to maintain Palo Alto's reputation as environmental leaders.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raphael Z., followed by Barry K.
Good evening, council members. My wife and I, we are living in Ash Street, and since about 1 year, the situation at Ash Street and Portage Avenue, where we live, significantly worsened, and several RVs parked there. Specifically, one person, one dweller, has about 10 plus vehicles parked just around our home. So we kept on reporting the situation over the 311 app. And so far what happened is a few times, like 2, maximum 3 times, a tow-away warning and some chalk marks on the floor. But the situation is actually worse now than it started 1 year ago. So for us, that has a significant impact on our life, especially on my wife. She doesn't feel safe to go out after dark, and she doesn't go anymore out after dark. And in the evening, when we relax and sit on the couch, and we hear a big motor passing by our home, we jump up and see what's happening outside. 3 times it happens, we went out because exactly one RV parked exactly in front of our home. So I went out and asked kindly to move on. One of those 3 times got an aggressive answer, and that's not the situation I like to find myself in. And I really, the place where we live, we really enjoy the life there and build our life around there. And we have one salary between us, and that's what we can afford. So we really urge you to enforce the current rules so that we can feel home and safe again where we live. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Barry K., followed by Carol G.
I'm Barry, and I've been representing the Ventura Neighbors Association, especially on the RV issue. So I'd simply like to endorse the previous speaker's comments, which are endorsed by the vast majority of the neighbors in the Ventura district. We're looking for a humanitarian balance as we approach the enforcement issue on RV parking that balances people who are in serious need of social services with people who are basically freeloading off the system. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Carol G., followed by Deborah W.
Excuse me, but that is in error. I am signed up for agenda item 6.
There's actually another Carol G. Here to speak.
Imagine that. 2 Carol G's, imagine that. Greetings, Mayor Lowing, City Council members, and my fellow Palo Altans. My name is Carol Garston, a 22-year resident and of Palo Alto and founder and producer of the Third Thursday CalAb Music Festival. After 30 consecutive months, Third Thursday has been canceled this month for the first time. The Palo Alto Chamber Foundation, which had a handshake fiscal agreement with us, ended that relationship with 35 days' notice, leaving little time to secure a new sponsor. Councilmember Stone suggested that the community services could serve as a temporary bridge sponsor to avoid interrupting the festival. However, the city manager, Ed Shikata, and Councilmember Julie Lithcott-Haynes decided that the event would be canceled this month. As I work to secure a new fiscal sponsor, one thing is unmistakable. The community wants this festival to continue, and it wants me to continue producing it. 128 members have signed an online petition, and 29 of 45 businesses on Car-Free Cal Ave, 64% of the businesses, have signed a companion petition, with more being added each week. Here are the 31 supporting businesses: Massage Therapy Center, Amami Lash, Anatolian Kitchen, Palato Fit, Zarene's, Square Guys Pizza, La Boheme, Rara, Mediterranean Wraps, Ramen Koa, Namaste, Cali Kitchen, La Jolie Nails, Nob Hill Hardware, The Farm, Izzy's, Tech CU, Lotus Thai Bistro, Campus Barber, The Key, Victoria Ballet, Victoria Art, Joni's Cafe, Hair Shapers, Ume Tea, Mini Cat Town, Leaf and Petal, Christian Science Reading Room, Gin Show, Palo Eyeworks, Palo Soul, and Club Pilates. Community members may comment on the November 30th Palo online article or email me for a link to the petition. My email is carol@3rdthursday.fun. Thank you for your service.
Our next speaker is Deborah W., followed by Roger S.
Hi, I'm Deborah Weinstein. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I'm backing up Carol because I'm deeply disappointed by the recent decision regarding Carol in the Third Thursday Cal Avenue series, as reported in Palo Alto Online on October 30th. If you haven't read it, please do. Many merchants and community members have voiced strong support for Carol and the joy these events bring. Yet a few complaints seem to have determined her fate. That's not what good leadership looks like. True leadership means bringing all parties together to listen, communicate, and find solutions that work for everyone. That's how communities and businesses thrive. Carol founded and developed the Cal Avenue series. She poured her creativity, professionalism, and care into it, often with little compensation, to bring vibrancy, connection, and business to the Avenue. Her dedication and talent have consistently uplifted this community and its merchants. For those with concerns, let's keep perspective. This is one evening a month for 3 hours. Surely there's room for dialogue and compromise rather than dismissal. Palo Alto can do better than throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's disheartening that such a meaningful community effort was decided only by 2 members. What happened to collaboration, fairness, and the democratic spirit our city is known for? The people, the merchants, and the attendees overwhelmingly support Carol in the Third Thursday series. I hope our leaders pause, reflect, and choose to lead with openness, inclusion, and heart. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger S.
Thank you all for your good service. We have 240 campers. That's 240 families. I just recently learned that San Francisco has 546. They're 11 times bigger than we are. But the thing I want to mention is we're talking about 240 families. My understanding, if I read the report right, we're going to spend $707,000 this year, $5,751,000 next year, and then 2028, $710,000. That's $7,168. Now, if you took our 240 and divided that up, we could use that money and give each of the campers $30,000 to go somewhere else. So that's a lot of money. I hope we're going to spend some money for the people downtown that I see sleeping in the garages and all of that. Would welcome the time that we would get a report from staff of who they reached out to. They were directed to reach out to residents, employees, and business owners. Number 2, when might we get a report of the ad hoc committee? The other thing I want to emphasize is I have been involved in this for quite a while. Businesses in our town have no voice. And I really encourage you to think about them because their economic impact on our community. Please take action. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Had some of these comments been in the mayor's forum, I could have done a dialogue on some of them, so I'll have to go to email for that. Councilmember questions, comments, or announcements? Any council members? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm the first one to go, but I'm not the chair of this ad hoc, but I will just say that those of us working on the ad hoc on RV impacts and safe parking, the ad hoc was formed shortly after the meeting on October 20th. We have met, and I think we're working quite swiftly, along with staff, of course, who does the lion's share of the work. Anyone who's interested in being in my ear about how to find more safe parking opportunities. The young man who made that point from Menlo College walked out, and I was going to give him my email. In any event, please email me at julieforpaloalto@gmail.com. I'd love to talk with you about it. I attended a PG&E community meeting about a gas pipeline that runs through the backyards of people on Ashton. It's a very unsafe situation, at least one close call we're aware of, and they're going to be moving that pipeline under the street in front of the Ashton properties, and PG&E's proactiveness and community outreach was much appreciated. I really enjoyed the conversation and glad to see them partner with us, even though we're not a PG&E city. Last week, I attended an event for elected officials sponsored by Working Partnerships and South Bay Labor Council called a non-cooperation training regarding our response to the rise in authoritarianism. It was wonderful to be in a packed room of local electeds who want to be better equipped to stand up to what is happening in our country. And finally, on a more easy note, in response to the ongoing loneliness epidemic so many of us feel and need to build community in our technologized society, I'm putting together something I'm calling Positive Potluck Supper at my house, supported by the city's Know Your Neighbor grant. Potlucks, as the New York Times has recently reported, are a great way to build community. I'm asking people to bring a potluck dish and make a donation to the South Palo Alto Food Closet. There are a few spots left, so if you're interested in this kind of thing, want to meet a few neighbors, the only rules are no politics, no negativity, no cell phones. Please email me, julieforpaloalto@gmail.com. To RSVP for the Positive Potluck Dinner, which is this Friday, the 14th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you. That's it for me.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. This last Friday, Councilmember Rechtel and I attended an all-day Stanford Policy Day on environmental resilience, and a real key takeaway is that Stanford, and in particular Dorr School, now have a funding and a focus on supporting local jurisdictions in their environmental innovations through both research and applied, essentially applied engineering consulting. So they're looking for greater collaboration, and I think this is a great opportunity for our city staff and us to really develop a more strategic relationship with those important groups at Stanford. Thanks.
Okay, I have two items. One, I do want to reference the mayor's forum that we had last Thursday. There was a technical difficulty, so it didn't broadcast live, but the link is now on the website, so you can go back and look at that. I covered a number of items, including the substantial progress we're making on affordable housing, the progress we're making on housing in general. And then I spent a lot of time talking about the OSVs, including the ad hoc that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames just mentioned. It was formed. We already had our first meeting. We've decided to meet weekly for the rest of the year so we can move things along. And I reviewed everything in the in the motion that council did to kind of get this thing going. The second thing I want to comment on is, as we all know, the federal government is slashing funding for healthcare and now also food. And the subject was actually the cover story of the weekly last Friday, the printed edition. By coincidence, also last Friday, I toured Second Harvest Silicon Valley, which is the dominant provider of food bank serving Santa Clara and San Mateo counties was also mentioned in the weekly article. I did the tour really just to offer our city's support for the central organization and to see firsthand the complex logistical things that they have to go through to execute their mission. And their mission is simply, although it's complicated to actually do it, but it's simply to address the tremendous food insecurity in our area. Countywide, 1 in 6 residents in the 2 counties depend on Second Harvest for food support. That's more than 500,000 people each month. It affects our neighbors and workers here in Palo Alto as well. And evidence of hard times are all around us, and the federal cuts to SNAP and Medicaid and ACA are making things worse. These folks are a huge supplier of food to agencies here in Palo Alto. The list is long. First of all, they've provided food to our downtown food closet since 1991, and the food closet today is up to almost 100 people per day. I think that's almost doubled in the last sort of 2 months. So this need is real. Other partners in Palo Alto, where they provide food at no cost, it's amazing how many. Ronald McDonald House, Momentum for Mental Health, Palo Alto Community Child Care, who we've heard from, Litton Apartments, the Life Moves Opportunity Center, La Comida, Jewish Children and Family Services, Alta Housing, and some more. So it's just a remarkable organization. I was extremely impressed by their logistical expertise to move such massive volumes of food distribution to 400 different agencies and over 9 million pounds of food a month. So these guys are kicking it on the behalf of the folks who really need some help. And the problem now, as we would expect, and the weekly report is that food needs are growing and growing and growing, and the lines are getting longer. So I just want to say publicly, thank you to Second Harvest for all that they're doing. And if any of you want to help in any way, just simply go to their website. It's very well laid out, and there's ways for you to help them now. Okay, we're going to go to the consent calendar now. Public comment?
Could I make a quick announcement? I have lost my black notebook. There's a heavy reward.
There are no requests to speak on consent calendar items 4, 5, and AA1.
Okay, so consent is 4, 5, and AA1? Is that one that you're just getting?
No, it is not.
Okay.
No requests to speak.
Okay. So any comments from council members on polls? No? Okay, so then I would need a motion to move the consent calendar.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0-2. Councilmember Stone and Vinker absent.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move now to item number 8, quasi-judicial hearing on 660 University Avenue. Staff, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jennifer Armour, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services, and just here to introduce Project Planner, Senior Planner Emily Callis, who will be presenting for the staff this evening.
Good evening. As Jennifer said, my name is Emily Callis, and I am the project planner for the 660 University Planned Home Zoning, Rezoning, and Comprehensive Plan Amendment Project. Next slide. This project includes a comprehensive plan amendment to allow the existing office space to be reestablished in the multifamily comprehensive plan land use designation. It also includes a planned home zoning ordinance to include 6-story mixed-use building with 1,984 square feet of office and 66 residential units, 20% of which will be affordable. This also includes 2 levels of underground parking with 78 parking stalls, a height exception to this 35-foot height limit, and reduced setbacks, including along the Middlefield special setback. Next slide. This project has had an extensive public hearing process up to this point. This is currently the 9th public hearing for this project. Next slide. The project application team has also submitted a builder's remedy application for a housing project on this site. There is a tolling agreement valid through December 29th of this year. The potential build out for that project could include up to 131 units and up to 101,000 square feet of floor area total. As a builder's remedy application, it would not be subject to typical zoning development standards and would require review by the Architectural Review Board and City Council. Next slide. The project has been modified since the PTC hearing on October 8th. This includes decreasing the number of units from 70 to 66, and as associated, a slight decrease in the proposed floor area. Bird-safe glass was also added to the 6th floor per the Planning and Transportation Commission recommendation, and balconies were removed from within the tree protection zone on the interior side of the building per the PTC and ARB recommendation as well. Next slide. This slide and the one following gives a quick overview of the design of the project, which will the applicant will go into further detail on during their presentation. Next. There are several key considerations that we believe council should consider this evening as listed here. The first being the comprehensive plan amendment. The proposed language is underlined and states, as a part of a planned community zone or in accordance with retail preservation requirements, existing commercial square footage may be maintained or rebuilt as a part of a housing development project. This being a modification to the multiple family residential land use designation definition in the comprehensive plan. Next slide. This amendment would be limited to new planned community, planned home zoning projects with existing commercial space in the multifamily comp plan land use designation. Staff found that approximately 35 out of the approximately 1,700 properties in this land use designation have been identified as having a non-residential use, most of which are medical or dental offices located in the periphery of the downtown areas. Next slide. The project, as a discretionary project, proposes to modify the underlying zone district in the following ways. The height exceeds the maximum allowable height. The floor area exceeds the maximum allowable floor area for the current RM20 zoning designation. Likewise, the density is 126 dwelling units per acre, where a maximum of 20 is typically allowed. The usable open space is somewhat less than what is typically required, and the parking is also reduced. Next slide. The project encroaches into the setbacks, most notably for the Middlefield special setback, although the building face itself is set back 24 feet per the special setback. The parking garage below grade is proposed essentially at the property line. Likewise, on the other sides, the below-grade parking goes to the property line, and the building is set back somewhat less than would normally be required for the 3 street side sides. And as noted, the 4th through 6th floors also encroach into the daylight plane. There is a coast live oak tree on the neighboring property overhanging the site, and preservation of this tree is a priority for this project. As stated, the balconies were removed from within the TPZ, though urban forestry staff confirmed that the balconies, as previously proposed, would not have affected the health of the tree. This resulted in a change to the project. However, the alternative would be to maintain a 70-unit design but not provide usable outdoor open space for 6 of the units, which would still accomplish removing the balconies from within the tree protection zone. Next slide. As the project proposes to encroach into the middle field special setback, and the purpose of special setbacks is for future implementation of transportation element comprehensive plan policies, staff has recommended a condition of approval to dedicate a public access easement over the 24-foot front yard special setback, including to a depth of 20 feet for future transportation improvements. The condition also notes that this may require the removal of certain site improvements such as parking, which may be reduced from 78 to 72 parking spaces, and other interior garage areas, though it would have an exception to allow the stairs down to the parking area and the ramp locations to remain as is proposed. Next slide. The parking and transportation demand management plan, the parking is proposed to be 8% reduced from what would be required under zoning for the number of units proposed. A transportation demand management plan has been prepared, which would reduce trips by up to 20%. This project is also within the Downtown Residential Preferential Parking District, the RPP, and the staff report explains the proposed condition of approval to address spillover parking. Next slide. There are also 20% BMR units that are being proposed as required for PHC projects. The plans show 2 very low income, 5 low income, and 6 moderate income for a total of 13 units. The plans currently designate this as 5 studios, 7 one-bedrooms, and 1 two-bedroom units. However, staff recommends that this be revised to 4 studios, 1 bedroom, 7 one-bedrooms, and 2 two-bedrooms, so that the mix of units is more aligned with the distribution of unit sizes in the building as a whole. Next slide. There were many public comments for this project, notably one that questioned the builder's remedy application as being valid. However, the city attorney has reviewed and determined that the builder's remedy application can still be amended pursuant to the tolling agreement. In compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, a draft environmental impact report has been published and was in circulation in spring of last year. Following up on the changes to the project scope since then, there was a final EIR initially published in March, and then a revised final EIR published in October last month. The current project would not result in any new or more significant impacts beyond what was assessed in the previously published draft and final EIR documents. These documents also include a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and staff also recommends adding a condition of approval to address the costs associated with staff implementing the conditions of approval, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and transportation demand management plan. It is recommended that council take the following actions to adopt the resolution to certify the EIR and MMRP, adopt a resolution amending the comprehensive plan land use element, adopt the planned community ordinance rezoning the subject property, and approving the record of land use action with approval findings and conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. In addition to being able to answer any questions you have, we also have staff from the Office of Transportation, Urban Forestry, the CEQA preparation consultant, Rincon, and PTC Commissioner Peterson available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Developer presentation. I believe that's 10 minutes.
Slides ready for our architect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. We're looking forward to being here and for having a successful hearing. Also want to thank staff for their support and work throughout this project, especially our planner, Emily. She's been fantastic. We've been in this process for 4.5 years, and honestly, it's been really tough. We had no idea it'd be this hard to bring housing to this site, but we have persevered and remained within the city process rather than going builder's remedy. Encourage you this evening to move our project ahead without adding further costs or constraints on a already difficult project to build and finance. And with that, I will turn the time over to architect Ted Korth.
Good evening. I'm Ted Korth with Korth Sinceri Higgy Architects. Next, please. This is the members of our team. Please, next one. Thank you. So we have, as Boyd explained, we've been doing this for quite some time now. Most recently, in June of 2025, the project was resubmitted as a 6-story mixed-use residential with office space with 2 levels of below-grade parking. The project was revised to meet FEMA's definition of a mixed-use building in a special hazard flood zone. In August of 2025, the project was presented to and approved by the ARB with 1 ad hoc comment. In October of 2025, the project was presented to and approved by the Planning and Transportation Commission with proposed conditions of approval. So the project was resubmitted in October of 2025 as a 6-story mixed-use residential office building with 2 levels of parking below grade. Project was revised in response to the ARB ad hoc comment and the PTC proposed conditions of approval. The project provides 1,984 square feet of office space at the ground floor. Currently, there's about 9,100 square feet of office space on the site. The project provides 66 units on levels 2 through 6, provides 78 stalls with a parking reduction of 8%, provides space for possible future city improvements at the corner of University Ave and Middlefield Road, and maintains compliance with a 24-foot Middlefield Road special setback above grade, and maintain and preserves the adjacent coast live oak tree. The tree has been a pretty important part of this project, and both the city arborist and the project arborist have agreed that what's being done to protect that tree is adequate to let it flourish in the future. Next, please. So in context, you can see in the middle of the site there, well, I don't know if you can because it's very small on the board, but anyway, outlined in blue, between Byron and Middlefield Road on University Ave, the project is located there. Next, please. And then in the vicinity of the project, there are other larger residential buildings today that surround it. Next, please. These are the existing buildings on the site. Next slide, please. And then the next one is other larger buildings that are in the vicinity of the project. Next, please. The current site plan has 2 buildings on it. The setback along Middlefield Road today is 10 foot 11 inches. And then, next, please, sorry. In the 4-block stretch of Middlefield Road, there are a variety of different setbacks for existing buildings, one as low as 8 foot 6, some at 16, some at 17, some at 20, et cetera. There are 3 buildings currently that are 24-foot setback, and we're going to comply with that as well. Next, please. So this is a view of the project from Middlefield Road and University Ave. You can see the landscaping in the foreground in the 24-foot setback at the lower left-hand corner of your page. On the ground floor, there are entrances to both the residential lobby and ground floor uses for the residents and for the office. On floors 2 through 6, it's residential units. There are plane changes, high-quality materials, and a strong definition of base, middle, and top to the design of the building. Next, please. This is a view of the project from University Ave and Byron. It shows the entrance to the residential portion of the project where it says 650 above on the canopy. The light green area is going to be public art that will be designed and integrated into the exterior facade of the building. Next slide, please. This is a view of the project from Byron, and this is where the automotive entrance and exit is located. Next, please. From Middlefield Road, you can see the building stepping down towards the adjacent neighbor, so it terraces down. And then you can see the landscape in the foreground of the 24-foot setback shown just at the foreground of that rendering. Next slide, please. On the ground floor, there are a variety of uses. In yellow is the residential lobby, residential common areas. In blue is the office space, 1,984 square feet. And in purple is a fitness center, which would be shared by the residents that live in the building and by the folks that are working in the office space as well. Next, please. This is the first level of parking below grade. In the upper right-hand corner, shown in blue, is an area that we suggested. Someone in one of the meetings we had, there isn't a plan for this 24-foot setback at the moment in terms of what to do with it, the city would do with it. One suggestion, the only one that we were given so far, is maybe that resignalization could be changed at the intersection of University and Middlefield, and so we suggested this area could be retrofitted in the future to accommodate future change. Next, please. Same thing with the level below. Next, please, I'm sorry. As Emily explained, the proposal for BMR, below market rate units, is 20% of the total units of 66 units would equate to 13 below market rate units. Our client would like to have 4 studios, 8 one-bedrooms and 1 two-bedroom, and staff, city suggested having 4 studios, 7 one-bedrooms, and 2 two-bedrooms. Next, please. And then this is the floor plan of the second floor. I don't have a cursor here to show, but you can see that circle. There is an area there where there aren't balconies. From the ARB's suggestion that we delete the balconies or terraces that were in the center of that line of the tree, we reconfigured the units so that we could have it shown as it is today. So there are 2 one-bedroom units straddling that line, and they each have their own balcony. In this way, every unit in the entire project has its own private open space. That's the way our client would like to propose. Next, please. 3rd floor, next, please. 4th floor, next, please. 5th floor, you can see the building stepping back adjacent to the neighbor on Middlefield Road. Next. Okay, that's the 6th floor. Next, please. So this is a view of the Middlefield Road elevation. It shows how the building is stepping back towards the adjacent neighbor. Next slide, please. And this is a view of University Ave again, with the defined base to the building and the green where the public art would be located on the building. Next, please. This is a view of Byron. Next, please. And this is a view from the opposite side of University Ave. The oak tree is shaded so you can see the building beyond, but there are no balconies behind that oak tree as designed now. Next, please. There's a section through the building. So on Byron's on the left and Middlefield on the right, and the area in blue is shown as a potential retrofit in the future for the city, once some future retrofit is considered. Thank you. Next one. And this is a section through the side on the Middlefield side showing how it's stepping down towards the adjacent neighbor. Next, please. This is a view. You can see the oak tree on the right. There's two vertical lines to the right of the building. It's a 6-foot zone where the tree would be trimmed in that area so that it gives adequate space for scaffolding and the construction of the project. Those balconies are not shown in that area, but as Emily explained, the balconies Urban Forestry agreed that those balconies, if they had remained, they wouldn't have injure the tree in any way, but that's history. Next, please. And this is a landscape plan at the ground floor. It shows planters on all four sides of the building. There's a terrace deck built beneath the canopy of the oak tree, floating above the existing asphalt under the oak tree so it doesn't disturb the roots. The landscape architect, Paul Lettieri, is on the call if you have any questions related to the landscape. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. We're going to come back up to the dais because this is a quasi-judicial item, so we have to do disclosures on any interface that we've had with the developer. We'll start. Sorry. Right.
I have had a few conversations with the applicant, but have learned nothing that wasn't covered in the presentation tonight.
Yeah, I also have met with a consultant, or with the applicant, nothing to report.
I have done the same approximately 3 times in the last roughly 9 months, and everything here is, that you see on the screen is the same.
I have not met with the applicant or residents, though I have walked around the outside of the property.
I have not met with the applicant in the last year and a half or so. I had previously.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, is your light still on?
It is not.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to come back up to council for any particular questions of staff and or the applicant. So anybody can start that off. No questions. Okay, so we can, if we like, we can go to public comment and then come back for questions. I mean, for comments. Okay, let's go to public comment.
With the 3 groups, we have a total of 25 individuals.
So the single speakers are going to have 2 minutes, and then a group would have 6.
Our first speaker is Kinsley H.
Nobody.
Kinsley, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm Kinsey Hoffner. I'm a new resident at the Hamilton, having acquired a unit there just earlier this year. Prior to that, we lived in Los Altos for a very long time, and before that, we were in South Palo Alto. So I've been a resident of the neighborhood for many, many years. As it happens, I'm also a lawyer, having graduated with Stanford as a number of, I think, as Mr. Yang has as well. And I'm the person who sent in a lot of the comments about the builder's remedy. Turning to that just for a moment, I understand that, I heard that the city attorney has determined that the builder's remedy still, although it has a defect, it can be remedied. Actually, I do not agree with that. But there's another aspect of the builder's remedy which I think is important. And that is that at the PTC hearing, which I attended, and I'm informed the same was true at the ARB, the commissioners, many of them said things like, I have many concerns about this project, I don't like this project, but because there's a builder's remedy, that would be worse. And so I'm approving this because the builder's remedy would be worse. And for that reason, I think the city the council have not had necessarily the benefit of the views of those organizations if the builder's remedy had not been filed. And so I think that there is actually doubt about whether the city attorney is correct and whether the builder's remedy exists. And there's some extensive materials that I've submitted that you can look at that argue about on that point. But the main issue is that, to me, is that the city council has been deprived of the opportunity to get viewpoint from the PTC and ARB that is unclouded by the sword of Damocles of the builder's remedy on the companion project. Since I have limited time, I won't go further on that point, but I would urge you to consider asking those two commissions to give you some additional input on that aspect. The second thing I mentioned is about the tree. If you look at the slide that the developer presented, there was one slide that showed the tree from the side from Middlefield. It was very misshapen with a very truncated canopy in the direction of the building and an extended canopy going the other way. Where I lived in Los Altos, there was a tree, an oak tree of similar size and age that was pruned because of the same kinds of concerns and issues, keeping the tree away from buildings and so forth, residential buildings, was pruned and it grew in a misshapen fashion. And what happened is that a big giant limb fell and landed right in the middle of the cul-de-sac that we were living on. Fortunately, it didn't land on anything, but it would have killed someone if it had. And the decision, the arborist discussions that I've seen anyway, have not actually addressed how the tree will grow given the shade and the pruning necessary to keep it away from this project and the risk of damage to property and individuals, human beings, that causes because of the misshapen growth of the tree that will inevitably be caused by this project. I'd also think that there's been some to me, I understand the EIRs, they use VTM and things like that, but there's some aspects of the transportation congestion that this project can contribute to that I think need to be considered. The 500 block of Bryan, as you all know, is only 1 block long. So every car that enters into or exits from the garage will almost immediately impact traffic on either University or Franklin. So to look at this project from a transportation perspective, only from Byron, the perspective of Byron, is incomplete. And there's another attribute of that which I think needs to be thought about, which is that the city's larger response to the housing element mandates, and in particular, the rezone strategy number 2, will create a lot of intense development over by Caltrains. All those cars are going to go down these major arterials, and even a modest change in the burden on those arterials at the periphery has the potential to create significant bottlenecks and even complete gridlock. It's a little bit like if you have in chemistry, if you have a solution that has is close to saturation, even one additional molecule will cause the solution to break and precipitate out. So if you approve this project and allow the traffic, the relatively modest number of cars, admittedly, that this traffic would involve in this traffic to move out into those major arterials, you're now creating a situation at the periphery of the rezone strategy number 2 that may have a significant impact on your ability to have the additional traffic burden from that rezone strategy be accommodated by the arterials. And I don't see anywhere that sort of issue has even been considered. Similarly, the most recent plan submitted calls for about 20% of very small apartments, studios. But the question is, how many of those types of studios do you expect? The rezone strategy will, if you say 20%, that's going to be almost 1,000 studios.
Your time is up.
Time's up.
Next speaker is Chris R.
I would encourage everybody just to reference previous speakers if they've said the same thing, and maybe that could move along a little bit quicker. Thank you.
Point to start with here. Last two hearings here, the Architectural Review Board and the Planning and Transportation Commission, they had told me to bring my laptop where I have a PowerPoint slideshow, and that he pushed a couple buttons and I was able to show it to everybody. Today, apparently you have different rules in City Council, so I'm not able to show it to you unless you allow her to push the two buttons over here and put me on to projecting. I have it, I'm logged into the, this is an administrative matter. Can I start with my 6 minutes over, please? Thank you. Would you like to see my slideshow? Let's start out with a beautiful picture of the tree.
How many slides is it?
Excuse me?
How many slides is it?
I will get it done in the 6 minutes.
Okay. If it's that quick to hook up, but we can't go through a lot of process.
I'm logged into PA over air guest.
If that's not going to work, then we can't do it. Our regular rules say you have to have it in advance, so let's just go ahead.
Okay, I'll watch it then. Okay, let's start all over. Okay, save that magnificent tree. The tree is 50 inches in diameter, 60 feet tall, 90 feet across in the canopy. That's what the applicant says. I believe him. What I'm going to focus on, we had an arborist come and look at it, and he came to the conclusion that with the trimming back they're going to do, that the tree is going to go into a spiral of decline. I won't argue that point now. I'm going to argue a different point. And that is that the applicant says they need to cut back 25% of the canopy. Our arborist said about the same thing, so I believe that. But what you need to realize is that of that 25%, all 25% is going to be on the north side of the tree. This tree next to University, the tree over the property that they want to put this project on. There will be no trimming on the south side, which is the neighbor's property, because there's no need for it there, and also it's not their property. I want you to think about your time as a kid, or your kids, playing on a seesaw at the playground. Different weights. Well, you adjust that by moving in or out from the fulcrum to balance it. Same thing as the situation here. Leverage, I'm talking about leverage, and that is you take the weight and you take how far is it from the center of the trunk, and that's what causes things to tip a little bit. Reach over there and pick up that water bottle, hold it out for a ways, and then bring it in. That's a big difference, a very big difference. In our situation, the north side of the tree is going to be cut back 25% because it has to be there, which cuts that down to half of what it was before, whereas the south side has its full canopy. The south side canopy is twice as big as the north side. Not only that, but because of the trimming will be on the peripheral of the canopy, the center of that weight on the north side will move in towards the center of the tree, whereas the south side will stay where it is. It'll be about a factor of 2 to 1 there. But you take 2 to 1 in weight, you take 2 to 1 in distance, and you've got 4 to 1 in leverage. The south side of the tree has got 4 times the force to pull over that tree that the north side has to try to pull it back. But what would happen then? They would probably say, well, we got roots on the north side that will hold it. I wish I could show you these slides, but Palo Alto had hired an arborist consultant who did a ground radar projection and showed very powerful roots going out. They stopped at 51 feet, but they said they go out maybe 60, maybe more, not 60, 90 feet, which, or 135. That would be 2 or 3 times the canopy drip line. But the arborist, the applicant, is going to put the garage over those roots. The roots are going to get cut back down to 20 feet radius. Matter of fact, the applicant says that in their tree report, that they will permit ground intrusions into that 20 feet. The garage itself will cut back 30 feet, so they're going to have to use more. And I did a calculation, did a nice slides on it, that show that the roots will be cut back to about 20% of what they had been. So you've got that leverage pulling it over, you don't have any roots holding it up. What's going to happen? It's going to crash. I have a nice photograph of what happens when there's a truck on Byron. You cannot get past that truck. Matter of fact, 2 cars coming at each other on Byron can't get past each other. One of the cars has to pull off into a driveway or something to get out of the way. 2 cars just don't pass. That situation is going to get worse and worse with this construction. It leads me to the question of how in the world are they going to do the construction? They have this building is covering the whole lot. There's no place for construction people to be in there or get in or out. It is going to be a royal mess. Traffic is going to be terrible, and I don't know what's going to happen there. David Hirsch at our first Architectural Review Board meeting had said, in conclusion, this is too much building in too small of a space. And he was absolutely right. And I will quickly make a comment on builder's remedy. You guys, working with the PTC, approved housing element April 15, a year and a half ago. That then went to the state, and eventually in August, the state said, yeah, that looks good, we approve it. Well, what they're doing is talking about something that was approved in April. Applicant didn't file anything for a builder's remedy until May and June. So when they filed, you guys had a valid builder's housing element.
Your time is up.
Got it.
Our next speaker is Carol G.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Gilbert. I live at the Hamilton. I'm the second Carol G. Would you put up slide 1? We see many cars flowing out of that building. The slides that they have shown you of the building show no cars and just the most robust people walking around. Well, isn't that nice? Area traffic here will double or even triple when 660 is built. Alert, this is Senior Corners. You have in this area the Hamilton, the Webster buildings, Litton Gardens, and additionally, Byron supports dentists, psychiatrists, and a very active church. 600 Byron will be adding garbage trucks, Uber packaging, Amazon, UPS, and postal delivery trucks. Next slide, please. This is a montage that I made of what we currently live with without a 660 building. Please take that all in, folks, because that's current. You cannot pass each other on that street as it exists. And the bottom of that slide shows 2 white trucks that have been parked there without moving for 2 months. Slide 3, please. Garbage trucks alone will take up parking and some of the street. Plus, new state law requires no parking within 20 feet of crosswalks. Amelioration, well, requires 660 University to provide an adequate number of parking places for the number of units they're building. Delete the residential parking permits for Byron, which are being used 24/7 for months, without moving, and restore it to the original 2-hour parking that it was. Establish Byron as a no construction vehicle zone during this construction, which has been done at some other places. Adjust Byron Street parking now. Otherwise, it will have to come up again by me and by you for neighborhood petition request for traffic calming. You have the right to make this decision. Slide 4, I guess it is. This is the width and as it exists now. So there's parking on both sides of the street, and we have 2 cars passing each other, barely. Tonight, I want you to consider this. You can put up the last slide, please. Parking on only one side of Byron, to have it remain at least a 2-way street. So that's vital for emergency vehicles and all the traffic to access from both University and Hamilton. I assure you, we have plenty of paramedic trucks and fire trucks that need access in this area. And I really appreciate your consideration for what I'm talking about, that you have in your hands the ability to change what's happening for Byron Street. And lastly, I'm going to just go off script for a minute and say, Lund Smith has stood here and complained about how long this process has taken. Well, golly, why do you think? Because we've all gone before all of these commissions with the problems. And I sent you a bullet list before this meeting that went boom, 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 boom. So many things we know are wrong with this project. So please either withhold your approval or make it possible to change Byron to something manageable. Or I assume that you can send the whole thing back to Planning and Transportation, because they really struggled with this before sending it forward, and they were not unanimous in that decision. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Our next speaker is Caesar P.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the proposed redevelopment of 660 University Avenue. My name is Cesar Plasencia. I'm a field representative with Carpenters Union Local 405 here in Santa Clara County. The project represents a significant investment in the city of Palo Alto's future. With 66 new rental units and nearly 2,000 square feet of office space, it aligns with many of the goals outlined in Palo Alto's comprehensive plan, supporting mixed-use redevelopment walkable neighborhoods, and the preservation of commercial vitality. But as we consider this amendment and the broader implications of this development, we must also ask who will build it and under what conditions. If this project is to truly reflect the values of our community, values of equity, sustainability, shared prosperity, it must incorporate labor standards that uplift the very workers who will bring it to life. I urge the city, the council, to require the following labor standards as part of the development agreement. Living wages. Construction workers should earn wages that allow them to live with dignity in the region they serve. This is not just a matter of fairness, it is a matter of economic stability and public health. Apprenticeship. Opportunities. The project should include pathways for local residents to enter the trade through state-certified apprenticeship programs of joint labor management apprenticeship programs. These programs are proven vehicles for upward mobility and workforce development. Healthcare coverage. Workers should not have to choose between their health and their paycheck. Projects of this scale must ensure that those buildings our city has access to, comprehensive healthcare benefits. These standards are not burdens, they are community benefits. They align with policy L 1.6 of the comprehensive plan, which calls for development that addresses the needs of the community and manages change to benefit all. They support policy L 2.2, which envisions stronger connections between commercial centers and residential neighborhoods.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Lowry and council members, I request that you remove this agenda item from the agenda and direct staff to properly process the application. That would not be something that would trigger the builder's remedy. Builder's remedy is not a threat, an alternative explanation. It's a promise to get the builder's remedy by presenting you with a project today that obviously doesn't meet the requirements of the law. The agenda item description omits all of the actions you are expected to take tonight, including certifying the EIR, adopting a comprehensive plan, and adopting a record of land use action. The public notice requirement was only 10 days, which is less than the minimum time required for noticing an environmental project. Each discretionary approval is not a project in environmental law, it's the whole of a project. And I described what all the others are. There's also no state clearinghouse number indicated, which the project would get if the staff had submitted it to the Office of Public Research, where all EIRs get a state clearinghouse number, which would indicate that the project, as far back as the draft environmental impact report, has not received a proper review from other agencies of the government. This is part of a pattern of behavior that's happened before the Planning Commission over time, where projects are presented in such a way that there is a rejection, so there can be a builder's remedy project. I believe the council should expect staff to follow the law and do it the right way. And for that reason, I think we're all wasting our time until you do it the right way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Faith B., followed by Ali S.
Hello. In all the meetings that I've attended so far regarding this project, there's been no mention of earthquakes or shallow water level. My understanding is that the owner of this building is from out of the country, and so it's very possible that he doesn't know about the problems that we have here in this area regarding earthquakes and shallow water level. One main reason that most of the buildings in Palo Alto are not 6 stories high, are not as tall, they're 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 stories, is because of earthquakes. We also have very few basements. We seem to be getting more now, but there was a time, I've been here 30 years, and for a long time, we had very few basements due to the shallow water level. He's planning on 2 levels for the basement. It would be imperative of our city to educate and inform the new owner of these 2 problematic issues that local developers seem to know. It would help protect the future tenants if the owner builds with respect to these 2 conditions. I sent a letter on Friday, but I sent it at 4:30, and my understanding is that there's a deadline. I think it's at noon. With my remaining time, I just want to mention, it seems very important that it's very possible that the builder's remedy is not applicable at this point to this project, which
Your
I
time
think
is
you
up.
should consider. I'm up?
Yes, your time
Thanks
is
a
up.
lot.
Our next speaker is Ali S.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit advocating for homes for people of all income levels to address California's housing shortage, displacement, and affordability crisis. We proudly endorse Smith's development proposal at 660 University Avenue because it represents exactly the kind of thoughtful, inclusive growth that Palo Alto needs now. Palo Alto is required under its state-mandated Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, to plan for 6,086 new homes, including 1,556 for very low income and 896 for low income households. This project directly helps meet those goals, bringing 70 new homes with 20% reserved for affordable housing. That's an exceptional level of affordability, especially given today's economic challenges. While so many projects are stalling, Smith's development is stepping up. Some neighbors have voiced opposition to this project, worried it might change the character of the community. But the truth is, the real threat to the community character is when we refuse to let new people in. Housing doesn't get built because of opposition like this. And when we block new homes, we are not preserving neighborhoods. We're excluding the next generation of neighbors. We also applaud the project's smart transportation choices, its central location, proximity to Caltrain, and strong bike infrastructure, all to promote sustainability and reduce car dependence. We are not in a parking crisis, we are in a housing crisis. The office component is critical too. The affordable homes simply don't pencil without it. And we commend the effort to preserve the on-site oak tree, showing that we can build new homes while honoring what's already rooted here. This project reflects Palo Alto's best values, innovation, inclusion, and environmental responsibility. Please don't let fear win over progress. Move this project forward without any further delays. We've all been here many too times for one project. Palo Alto can't afford to say no to homes like these. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Q.
Good evening, council members. I don't think I'll be quite as eloquent or frankly as well-informed as the previous speaker, but I will do my best. I lived in College Terrace for years. I now live a little bit down the road in Sunnyvale, and I keep coming back because I initially got involved in Palo Alto's housing element process years ago, which I'm sure you're all very well familiar with. Regarding this project, my understanding is that it's been in the site inventory for quite some time. The developer has done pretty much everything right and has been working on this since 2021. The applicant has been receptive to changes requested by ARB and PTC. And in the context of where members of council say they want the city to be, I would strongly advise to move the project forward. There have been complaints from members of council that they feel the state is diminishing their role in the process of making choices for their own communities. I would encourage members of council who've perhaps taken that view in the past to look at this as an opportunity to keep themselves relevant Because in the future, if we don't meet our obligations, if we don't build for the next generation, we all know what happened in Sacramento, we'll keep having meetings like this in towns, in our communities up and down the peninsula, but we'll mostly be talking to each other. It won't be relevant. The choices will be made for us. And I don't think that is an outcome that any community member, be it in Palo Alto or Sunnyvale, where I live now, particularly wants. And I would encourage everyone to look at this as an opportunity to show good faith, show that we can do it, and that we can provide and act decisively for ourselves. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zania H.
Hi, I'm Xenia Hammer, live in Palo Alto. I'm in favor of housing, and this is a good location. However, there are big problems with this project. The ARB and the PTC noted all of those problems and voted to advance solely because of the builder's remedy threat. I want to focus on the need for a loading space in front of the main residential entrance on University Avenue. Section 18.52040, Chapter D of the Palo Alto Municipal Code clearly states, residential and mixed-use structures with 50 or more dwelling units shall provide at least one on-site short-term loading space for passenger vehicles to be used by taxi cabs and similar transportation and delivery services. This requirement makes sense anywhere. It's common sense. In this location on University Avenue, the block before Middlefield, it is vital and crucial for transportation in the city, in and out of downtown. This is a through street for 101 traffic to Stanford Avenue. It is the key intersection in the city. We need that loading space there. There is a bus stop on University Avenue, right before Middlefield. So without a loading space, any rideshare drop-off or a delivery will block buses. Without a loading space, there will not be a right turn lane from University onto Middlefield. You need the loading space to preserve that ability to make a right turn onto Middlefield from University. This proposal provides less than needed parking, so residents will be needed more ride shares, making the loading space even more important. All the other buildings in the area have circular driveways. So please insist on the loading space on University Avenue in front of residential entrance. Setbacks are also important. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen L.
Hi, Mayor Lowing and council members. I'm a longtime downtown resident and economist. I've gone to, I think, all of the meetings. I have three quick appreciations. One to the mayor and the council for having a civil and generous time allocation here. To Emily for tireless work informing us, and to the applicant for 4.5 years of not a builder's remedy, but a PHC, and accommodating many of the changes as feasible. I have one major point. This site and this project is part of your adopted city housing goal. As Michael said, when I looked at the site inventory, this site is listed as an acceptable, good location for 67 units. The people who say that it was too big or inappropriate are arguing with the determination of a prior council that this site for this size fits our goal of building more housing downtown and of the benefits that go with that. The residents being close to jobs and shopping, the merchants having more customers, and the environment benefiting from from being able to walk and bike. This site, when you approve it, will send a signal to other market rate developers that council is serious about adding mixed-use market rate projects like this
Your time
to
is
meet
up.
our housing goal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom H.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for your time tonight. My name is Tom Harris. I'm the pastor at First Presbyterian Palo Alto. I live in Palo Verde in a church-owned home, and my backyard neighbor is building an ADU right up against our shared back fence, and it looks right down into our yard. And I'm not thrilled about that. But what I am thrilled about is what that represents for the community. It represents another place for somebody to live who can then enjoy this incredible community that we share. Maybe it will be a teacher or a nurse or someone just getting started. Maybe it will be my neighbor's elderly parents. But the good of that opportunity is worth a little less privacy in my backyard. So even when new housing isn't perfect for each of us personally, and somebody has a problem because it's in their backyard, new housing is good for us collectively as a community. And that's why I support this development. And if my neighbor's future tenant happens to be here tonight, welcome to the neighborhood.
Our next speaker is Rebecca E.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am speaking in my personal capacity and not in my capacity on the Water District. I need to clarify what my fellow housing advocates are fighting for with this project. They're fighting for almost 70 400 square foot tenement apartments, barely big enough for one person to live in, along with a small amount of hardly any bigger one bedroom and a few two bedrooms. Not any of these apartments are big enough to serve the greatest need in our community, the need that all the speakers in favor of this project claim that they're speaking on behalf of, and that is affordable housing for the working people. This will, like all the other studio apartments developments that Palo Alto has approved, such as the one on Oregon and El Camino, these will stand empty, or they will be occupied only by tech bros who work for Facebook or Google. You will not be saying hello to any new resident that is a low-income family. This will not serve those folks. And in exchange for more overpriced tiny units that are squeezed into this space, we will be causing significant damage that will lower the quality of life for all residents, and that will devastate irreparable harm to the environment, including it will kill that ancient tree, one of the few old trees we have left. It 6 floors, it does damage the ecosystem. Having bird-safe windows, which aren't bird-safe, on only the top floor won't solve the problem. And as others said, there are very big problems with the application of
Your
builder's
time
remedy.
is up. And that concludes public comment on action item 6.
Thank you very much. Let's come back up to council.
Actually, Mayor, the applicant has up to 3 minutes to rebut.
All right, thanks for that reminder.
Is there any way I can get slide 17 from our presentation up? The one that talks about the BMR application? Perfect, thank you. Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. Appreciate the comments that have been made tonight, both those in favor and those with concerns.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Oh, sorry, Lund Smith. It's been quite a road to get here, as several people have mentioned, 9 hearings, 4 years, and it's been a process, but we really appreciate the collaborative effort. Even a lot of the concerns that have been expressed tonight, we've done our best to address those. Also really appreciate staff. They've worked tirelessly to help us in this process. And just wanted to clarify a couple things here that have been raised as concerns. Number one is the tree. There's been a lot of discussions about the tree tonight and in past hearings. We would like to defer any questions or concerns that the public or council has to the city arborist, who I believe is available tonight. We care a lot about the tree. We want to save the tree. We care about it during construction. We care about it after. And we're very committed to making sure the tree lives and thrives. The second is traffic concerns. Don't have a ton of time to address that, but an earlier part of the project, we actually moved our driveway from Middlefield to Byron, per a lot of the concerns expressed by those here tonight, and we feel very confident that we are going to be able to adequately address those concerns through construction and after. I wanted to take the rest of my time to address the BMR allocation. So up on the screen, you can see the BMR application is recommended by the city and also what we are recommending as an alternative. The city is recommending we allocate 4 of our 19 studio units as BMR, 21% of our studios, 7 of our 39 one BMR, but 1-bedroom units as BMR, 18% of our 1-bedroom, and 2 of our 8 2-bedroom units as BMR, or 25% of the 2-bedroom units. Per PHZ guidelines, 20% of the units are to be designated BMR and are to be allocated proportionally based on the unit mix provided. We are being asked to allocate 25% of our 2-bedroom units as a BMR. We do not feel that the city's recommendation is a fair allocation, and it is a hardship that we had no time to respond to. To be candid, over the last 4 years, we have been before PTC and ARB multiple times, had several discussions with staff, and this last-minute request to change from a 1 2-bedroom BMR unit to a 2-bedroom BMR unit came up just the day that the staff report was presented, and that is difficult for us to respond to. The day the staff report for this meeting was published, we were informed that our 2-bedroom allocation needed to adjust, and we had no time to respond. Had we known the city was going to require 25% of our 2-bedroom units to be BMR, we would have changed our allocation to have more 2-bedroom units. Now, up on the screen, as I mentioned, is the alternative that we believe is more equitable. You can see that the 1-bedroom units in the city recommended, the math doesn't perfectly work, so everything is exactly 20%. But you can see if we actually allocated 1 more 1-bedroom than 2-bedroom, it's actually more in line with the proportion. The 1-bedroom is a minus 5%, what the city's recommended. And if we did the 2-bedroom instead and flipped it with a 1-bedroom, we'd be minus 4%. And I know it may seem inconsequential, but we're also allocating 1 of our 2-bedroom units to be a free unit for our on-site apartment manager. So having only 5 of our 8 units to be able to rent out as market is a big hardship actually for us. And if we had known that earlier, again, we would have changed the unit mix differently than what it's allocated as the city has recommended. So again, appreciate everyone's concern and time and willingness to look at this, along with all the other concerns and things that have been expressed, and we're available for questions.
Yeah, we're going to come back to the dais, and we might have some questions for you.
Great.
I think Councilor Lithcott-Ames was first.
That was left over from when we were
Okay.
going to go, so I don't need
All
to go
right.
first now, thank you.
Councilor Blue?
Thank you. I had a couple of questions for this round, and wanted to direct the first question to the city arborist. If Mr. Gollinger is online, I know there have been many threads on the tree in different scenarios that could affect the tree. Can you give just a more substantive recap about the overall risks to the tree? And also touch on the point about balconies that were removed in this iteration, but whether those balconies why it would be important to remove or not remove them.
Can't hear you. Did you unmute?
I did, but I don't know.
Now you got it.
Apologies. Good evening. As mentioned, there has been many different iterations of this project over the last 4 years. Currently, the encroachment into the standard TPZ of 41 feet is at about 20%, which is our rule of thumb maximum that we like to allow without extra precautions. And the pruning that would be required, as shown in the Babby report, is approximately 15%, which is also within our tolerances. The discussions about the balconies were primarily centered around the space needed to erect the balconies. The applicant had provided evidence that they could install the balconies with no additional pruning needed beyond what was required for the scaffolding, which is why urban forestry did not have an issue with the balconies being present within the canopy. However, the PTC and ARB were both concerned about that, so the applicant moved the balconies further away from the center line of the canopy so that there would be less interference. I don't believe they actually removed any balconies from units, they just moved them further from the center line of the tree.
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant, if that's all right.
That's fine.
So I just,
Applicant, step up to the mic, please.
oh yeah, I just want to understand, so in the 70-unit version of the proposal that did have balconies, was the unit mix allocated in a more equitable way across different unit sizes for affordability?
Yeah, great question. So the 70-unit mix had a disproportionate number of studios. So when we shifted to the 70 to 66 units, there was more one-bedroom units. So the BMR allocation, if I remember correct, sorry, we've had so many different iterations of this project, but I believe the previous version had had more one-bedroom BMRs proposed. And it also had a couple more two-bedrooms as well. So actually the 70-unit project had 9 two-bedroom units, and now it's gone down to 8. So now we have fewer two-bedroom units to offer. So I guess the hardship I was expressing in terms of the two-bedroom units is now it's a significant chunk of the 8 units that we're offering. So when we lopped it from 70 to 66, we lost actually 1 two-bedroom unit.
Okay, thank you. I know that's not the project before us, but I just wanted to get some potential context in case that comes useful later in the conversation. Just to confirm, we allow both office and neighborhood serving uses, right? In that around 2,000 square feet at the ground level, that's not restricted only to neighborhood serving uses, is it?
Thank you for that question. Correct. That is the language that is currently in the draft ordinance for the planned community. Would allow both neighborhood serving and office.
Okay. Also, in the staff report, there was a brief discussion about the PTC wanting more information about the residential parking permits in the area. Do we know how many of the 50-something that were available are actually utilized right now?
We do have some staff from transportation, so I'm not sure if they have that information available. I'd invite them to join us.
Hello, Ria Hooch-Barrett-Lowe, Chief Transportation Official. We would actually need to get back to you on the question of how many RPPs permits are being used right now.
Okay, thank you. I'm at time. I have some brief comments, but I can save that for a second round.
Yeah, let's go to a second round.
Okay, yeah.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I want to go back to the urban forester. Is Peter still on?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, so we kind of dueling arborists here. We had one report from the applicant that says that the tree will be healthy, and another one from the nearby residents that say it won't be healthy. Have you reviewed those arborist reports?
I have, and both arborists are arborists in good standing with great reputations in the city, and I don't have an issue with either of their reports. However, I don't believe the new report from the applicant includes all of the stipulations and agreements that have happened over the course of the last year, including the construction of the patio on top of the asphalt, so there would be no actual excavation or irrigation lines or anything installed underneath the canopy of the tree. So that would be installed on top of the existing asphalt at the end of the project. Additionally, the discussions about installation of the balconies taking place within the space allocated for the scaffolding, which would minimize the amount of pruning that would need to be done at the face of the building. The new report that I read from the residents, it implies that as much as 20 feet would need to be cut back from the face of the building, which is not what we've been discussing at previous meetings.
Okay. And what about the roots? There was discussion about whether the excavation for the building itself would excessively damage the roots. What's your opinion there?
So there will be root loss due to the excavation. The GPR did show that there were roots underneath the asphalt. However, you'll notice that the majority of this property is already covered in hardscape. So it's probably likely that the primary gathering for this tree is done elsewhere. It may have roots underneath there that are doing some gas exchange and possibly some water, but I don't feel like it's going above and beyond what's tolerable for the species and what's within our range of acceptability for construction impacts. The full TPZ would be a complete circle of 41 feet, as mentioned in both arborist reports. The reduction in TPZ for the garage excavation at 30 feet, again, like I mentioned earlier, that calculates out to about 19.5% of the total TPZ, which is within our tolerance. So basically, if 20% or less of the TPC is disturbed during the process, we generally find that to be tolerable for the species.
And there's a reference to the asymmetric trimming, whether that would put weight on one side of the tree. Is that a concern?
It could be a concern in the future. Generally, that is something that's addressed over time. The majority, well, the majority of
trimming on both sides of the tree.
That would probably need to be in agreement with the tree owner. I don't think that's something that we could unilaterally impose.
Okay.
But it is something that could be considered.
Okay. And there's also concern about they're cutting some rather large limbs, and would that exposed wood have some type of infection, make it susceptible to infections or other problems?
So that is a risk anytime you do pruning. One thing that I noticed between the two reports is that the applicant's arborist indicated specific locations where they estimated that cuts would be needed, and they were at traditional acceptable pruning locations, even though some of them were rather large. In fact, the majority of canopy that needs to be removed is from one lower branch. Whereas the residents' report indicated that there might be some internodal pruning, which would be large topping type cuts. Based on my visit at the site and reviewing the reports, I don't know that that's going to be required. I think the majority of the pruning could be done with typical heading type cuts.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to reduce the stress on this tree? Like if this was your tree, what would you do if you're going to do this much trimming?
We've talked about that with the project arborist, and a lot of the mitigation is going to be included or has already been discussed in the report. Basically maintaining as much of the TPZ as possible from being disturbed, making sure that the tree is adequately watered during the course of this. Again, we're going to have to work closely with the tree owner for anything that needs to be done off-site. My understanding is that that's a possibility, but again, I can't speak to that at this point.
Okay, and one last question is, there's mention in the staff report about the asphalt, and taking the asphalt off actually would stress the tree. Can you tell the pros and cons of removing asphalt off that's covering a tree root?
So Ideally, perfect scenario, we would prefer to not have asphalt in the root zone. However, I think it's actually to the advantage of this tree during construction to keep the asphalt, as it will help protect what's there and what's not going to be cut. And then once the underground construction is done and the above ground work starts, we can determine whether or not it's safe to remove the asphalt and restore it to permeable surface. The intention was to keep the asphalt underneath the terrace to avoid the need for excavation for footings for that deck or for any irrigation in that area.
But leaving that under the patio, under the porch area, wouldn't that impede the air and water from getting down into the roots?
Yes, however, I think the impact would be less than if you excavated to install a patio there.
Okay.
So in essence, currently, the majority of the root zone is covered by asphalt and hardscape on that part of the tree. So the roots are growing underneath it, but it is currently covered with asphalt.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to jump in here for a couple questions. First of all, a comment. This is a PHZ, and the whole reason that the PHZ was created was for the benefit of housing. And having the benefit downtown there, as council members have said previously, and so have I, and others in the audience, that's kind of exactly what we want, is a full up 20% BMR PHZ. So we're getting exactly what was asked for by originally this ordinance going into effect. I think the question about, I have a couple questions for the developer again, if Mr. Smith would address these. What about this Lyft Uber space out front? I mean, how are people going to access ride shares?
Kind of have a team applicant here. Amanda Borden is our architect, and she's on Zoom. She's probably best to answer that question directly.
Sure.
Hi, Amanda Borden with KSH here. So we have a loading stall identified on Byron. It's beyond the driveway and it's in front of our trash staging location. So there's 2 stalls there that are both utilized for residential trash staging, and one of them is also identified as loading.
Okay, thank you. And if you would maybe come back, could you make clear from the current staff motion what items, if any, other than the distribution of BMR that you don't agree with now? In other words, from your perspective, do you want that one change and the rest of the current staff motion is okay, or do you still have other things that you want to bring to our attention?
No, we're okay with everything else. We would like to go back to our original BMR allocation, but other than that, we support everything else that's being discussed.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, I mean, the 13 is 20%, and that's high. It's what we want, and we've got that. So I think from a number of perspectives, we have the kind of PHZ project that we would want in that location. So the fact that it's higher than the building that was there is just a reflection of the time, and the fact that there's only a very slight reduction in parking is good, and it's also based on the fact that the project doesn't qualify for 1297, which would mean that they wouldn't have to put any parking in the area, in the units, because of the wisdom of our state legislature on that issue. But that's not the case now. So you're going to only have an 8% shortage. Let's see. Oh, okay, and we do have benefit from those of you that commented. We do have benefit for full access to PTC minutes, PTC videos, ARB videos, discussion with those folks. So it's not like we're in the dark on anything that's going on here if we've done our research. Councilmember Byrd?
Thank you. So I wanted to focus on the TDM program a moment. I know that the report said that it's reducing 8% of the parking as a result of the TDM program, and the TDM program would reduce trips by 20%. But that doesn't, reduction doesn't correlate to parking and car ownership reduction. And trip reduction is great for our traffic and important, but what evaluation have we made on the likely reduction in car ownership as a result of the TDM program, which was what would correlate to a reduction in parking spaces?
A transportation demand management plan is often used to balance requests to reduce parking spaces. The zoning code, as standard, does allow this even for projects that are not discretionary.
But my question is, did you understand my question? What analysis has been done to establish a correlation between the trip reductions and a reduction in parking demand as a result of reducing car ownership?
So as I understand your question, it was whether trip reduction, which is the usual thing we're looking at, is actually going to mean they need less parking in the building.
Well, not just less, but the correlation between the 8% reduction in parking versus 20% reduction in trips.
Okay. We can take a look, just look back on the document, see whether there is a direct correlation drawn within that report and get back to you in a moment.
And I don't think we've done that analysis, Councilmember. I think typically when we're looking at TDM plans, we are looking at reducing the single occupancy vehicle trips. As Ms. Callis noted, we often in our code have we make that correlation, and if you're going to reduce parking, that we require some kind of a TDM plan, but there's no structured analysis associated with that.
A reason that I bring it up, because there is a step that has a pretty strong correlation, and that is provision of shared car programs, like zip car programs. And we have not been incorporating that in our TDM programs. Those are not typically done on site at each location. They're within a block or two. So if someone only occasionally needs a car, they'll walk a couple blocks to rent it. We have the Webster Cowper garage within a block and a half away. It's an ideal location with currently surplus spaces. And so my question is, how might we incorporate the establishment of a car share program with approval of this project, with the location of that potentially being on public parking lot?
I appreciate the question. There's a lot of complexity in that, and it's not something that staff has analyzed.
So could we, if we go through an approval tonight, could we do a referral to the TDM program to pursue that as part of our direction on the TDM program?
I think it is likely independent of the action on the item that's before you tonight, because there's not, council could give any direction relative to the TDM program. I don't know how it ties into the specific application.
Well, the parking reduction ties in, but then it's the question whether the outcome can tie in, and it could potentially be that two aspects to it. One is the applicant might pay into a supplement to get that program kickstarted. We have those kinds of mitigations on PCs for different sorts. There are costs to the TDM program. And the second is whether the city staff would be pursuing making space available for that. I wouldn't expect that tonight we could flush this out. But the question is, can we give guidance that would be that we want to have this pursued as part of the approval?
So, yeah, I think maybe we want to have a chance to think on that idea for a few moments before we go all in on that.
Okay. And then the loading space that was referred to just by the trash bins off of Byron, is that adequate loading space for both common carriers and ride hailing and whatever other loading? Do we think that that's sufficient? Because I agree fully that Byron at 29 feet is basically, if you have cars on both sides, I know Byron well, and cars have to basically pull over to, it's one of the narrow streets in our community where cars have to pull over to let another car come. If we become fully parked on that street, there's not even that ability to pull over.
And thank you for that question. The number of loading spaces is actually something that was discussed with the PTC previously. The project planner can give some of that history, I think might help.
The zoning code would typically require one loading space on site. This project proposes the one loading space off site. The zoning code would not require multiple loading spaces for a project of this size.
Oh, this loading space is off-site?
In the street, in the right-of-way, one of the on-street parking
Oh,
spaces.
I had misunderstood what was said. I thought it was on-site.
It is off-site, but it is in a location that would have needed to be kept clear for the trash pickup and loading. So it is a street parking space, but it was going to be, it's a location that's in front of where the trash pickup would be located.
Yeah. And I'll just maybe add a little more context. This is, as you've heard tonight, this is an application that's been on file for some time. And since the filing of this application, our local policies have changed to actually require on-site loading for these types of developments.
When did that change occur?
I want to say it was in the last 2 years, maybe. And so now when we're looking at a project, we routinely look for and provide for those loading zones on site. And as part of the iterative review of this project, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe this has been brought up a couple of times again at the ARB and PTC, and there wasn't the traction to make the change to require the parking, I think in part in recognition of when it was filed and how long the project has been moving forward.
Thanks. Well, I have a couple other questions. I'll wait till next round.
Councilor Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by saying, look, we need housing, and this location is in our site inventory, and we can't bring housing to an area that doesn't currently have it without having some impacts on our existing conditions. As one of the public commenters said, we need to welcome the next generation of neighbors. I think maybe two of them said it, actually. And I want to thank the applicants for their perseverance in trying to help our city make housing happen at 660 University. Regarding the majestic coast live oak tree, Councilmember Rechdal mentioned the dueling arborists and brought up our urban forester, Peter Gollinger, who I believe has broken the tie. The tree will live, according to our urban forester. And P.S., how awesome is it to be in a city that has an urban forester? Regarding union labor, we had a member of the public raise concerns about the fact that the applicant hasn't yet committed to strong labor standards on this project. Mr. Mayor, may I ask the applicant to comment on that?
Go ahead.
Sure, we haven't even got our entitlements yet, so we haven't chosen a contractor. We're happy to consider, and happy to talk to anybody, but we're not far enough along to commit to a contractor at this point in time.
Have you worked with unionized labor in the past?
I believe our contractor has, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And regarding the unit count and mix, Ms. Callis, it's been alleged that it was a last-minute request by the city to change the mix from 1 2-bedroom below-market unit to 2. Is that correct?
It was an item that came up while we were drafting the staff report in response to changes the project applicant made about 3 weeks before the publishing date.
So what changes did they request that resulted in staff needing to make this sort of counter request?
The reduction in units from the 70 units to the 66 units.
So reducing the number of units so that the balconies would not intrude into the tree, so they've moved things around, gone to 66 units, which was in response to concerns posited by...
In response to the recommendation made by the ARB and the PTC.
So then it required, you felt, BMR mix type shift.
Because the unit counts shifted in that reduction, and the BMR is based on a percentage, the percentage remains at 20%, but the number of BMR units proposed changed from 14 units to 13 units, and the distribution of unit sizes within that also changed accordingly.
Thank you. And Councilmember Liu said that the 70-unit project is off the table, but I want to ask, is it?
I think that would be a question for the applicant. Staff brought forward the 70-unit project. That was a change based on the recommendation from PTC for your consideration, but made by the applicant.
So we're trying to preserve, we want the tree to live a long, majestic life, so we care about what needs to happen according to our arborist with regard to the tree. It sounds like we could stay at 70 units if the applicant was willing to lop off, I know they want balconies for every resident, but if you took the balconies off, sort of the problematic closest to the tree area, but you could still maintain 70 units, then you could get the right mix from the applicant's perspective of 2-bedroom BMRs to, the city could get its 2 units of BMR, 2-bedroom. The applicant could end up with more 2-bedroom units. And so it feels to me like a win-win if we were to go back up to the 70 sans, balconies, and 4. And I just wonder if I'm wrong.
You want the
Yes,
developer to...
that is an option. It isn't necessarily the only option, but I also don't want to make things more complicated.
And in addition, I don't believe that staff and the city arborist had a concern about the balconies. That was something that our internal tree professionals felt was sufficient because it was something that came from the Planning and Transportation Commission.
So
and
the
ARB.
city staff and urban forester were not concerned that at 70 units, that any of those balconies would have to be removed to protect the tree?
That is correct, because it could be installed without further trimming beyond what would be required for the building itself.
So I'd love, if I may, some of my colleagues went over, so I'm hoping you'll give me a little leeway to just ask the applicant whether the concept, the 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago concept of 70 units, no balconies removed, with the mix of the BMR and the 2 bedrooms that you were hoping for, if that scenario was back on the table, is that something you would prefer over what we're currently looking at with the 66, or would you rather us stick with the 66?
So yes, the 70-unit, just to clarify, thank you for asking the question, the 70-unit mix with the balconies for all the units, we would be super happy with that option. So if the council chooses to go back to that 70-unit option, I recognize with Emily it confuses things, but we're okay with that.
Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Councilmember Lithgow, do you want to hear again from the urban forester, just to confirm that? No, I'm serious.
I was going to ask to speak with him, but I felt that since 2 colleagues already had, I could just rely on that. But yes, Mr. Gollinger, I certainly don't want to be putting words in your mouth. No pressure. All of this rides on you.
No, that's totally fine. What was determined through multiple conversations and multiple meetings was the applicant convinced us that they could install those balconies without additional pruning. So the pruning for constructing the building would be the only pruning that would be required. If that is the case, the balconies in that location would require minimal maintenance pruning going forward, and I think that would be fine.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rectal?
I have a question about the construction. Can ask the applicant? Mayor, can I ask?
Go ahead.
There is concern about the construction, both the staging and just the traffic during construction. Can you talk about that? Do you have any plans for that yet?
We have engaged Butler Construction for some pre-con. I think it's probably best if we defer that question to them, and I believe someone from Butler is available on Zoom right now.
Very good, thank you.
Ken or Alvaro, are you guys available to jump in here? Why don't we shoot them a text and just make sure they're available? We'll circle back.
I can go
with you.
move on, and if they get back on,
Okay.
we can change the question. I have a question about the Uber pickup spot there. Can you bring up slides? Let's look at the applicant's packet. Slide number 11, please. Okay, and so this is looking down Byron from University, and so the parking spots are going to be right in front of us. First, is that going to be 10-minute parking? Will the city be putting some type of short-term parking spots there so we don't get long-term people blocking the Uber pickup?
The project would include appropriate signage to designate that area as a loading space, yes.
Okay, and I have a question for the applicant. People coming from inside the building through the lobby, how are they going to access that? Is there a direct route out the side door, or do they have to go out the front and then walk over to the side?
I think we'll ask Amanda to weigh in on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, there are two routes to get to that location. One is outside the building and one is inside the building, and both routes include a ramp.
Okay, so if it's raining outside, they can just go up the side door and jump in the Uber?
Presumably, yes. I mean, there's also a canopy around the ground floor of the building that provides coverage.
Okay, and have you done any calculations what the demand is going to be, both for DoorDash or Uber?
We have not, no. I'm not sure that, I think it's an interesting question, but no, we've not done the calculations.
Okay, and right in front, there's not going to be, this is a question for staff, in the front, there's not going to be any parking, right? That's just currently just a lane with no parking, and that's going to remain.
Can you clarify by front you mean university?
On the
Okay.
university side.
Correct, the existing conditions would remain, which I believe does not have street parking in this area.
Okay. I'm just worried that people are going to go out the front door and the Uber's going to come in the front door. And is there anything we can do to prevent Uber from picking people up right in front of that front door?
I know that sometimes Uber has designated pickup spots for certain buildings, but I don't know how those get established.
Okay. I want to move on to the affordable housing mix there. So one of the issues is that they have a non-revenue apartment. Does that count? Does our affordable housing ordinance address non-revenue apartments?
Manager units are not counted towards BMR units as required by our inclusionary housing policy.
I'm not talking about whether it's BMR or not. I'm counting it whether it's a unit.
Oh, it does count as a housing unit, yes.
And that ordinance says that, or is that just our policy?
So it does count as a unit because it's got the kitchen and it will be a dwelling unit. So it counts towards that. Was the question whether it could count as a BMR unit? No.
The question is when you calculate the number of BMR units required, do you count all the units in the complex or you just count the revenue units in the?
All of the units.
Okay. And so has this come up before? This standard?
This is how we do it, and it is consistent with other agencies as well.
Okay. The applicant was saying that they were just notified of this recently, that this BMR would not, that the manager's spot would count as a unit when calculating BMR.
I believe that as we have calculated the units on this project throughout, that has always been part of the calculation to ensure the 20%.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, just to update to the rest of the folks that are listening or hearing chambers, we are going to finish this item. We are definitely going to go and move on to the 4-quadrant gate system. But at this rate, with the amount of public comment and council comment, we're not going to be able to start on the dark sky ordinance tonight. I was hoping we would at least get to public comment, but that's not going to happen. So just if you're watching or sitting, I wanted you to know that. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Just one quick question, actually. Was there a follow-up or any information available about the RPP usage as relevant in the zone for this project? I don't know if the Office of Transportation has anything, or if we have anything offhand. I think an underlying concern is that once you are a resident of a neighborhood, you are an equal resident of that neighborhood, and you can participate in programs like residential parking permits or block parties or whatever, anything else. And so I find that the implicit assumption that it is problematic for residents in the neighborhood to use the RPP program somewhat unsettling. And so I guess having context on whether the RPP program is currently actively used, what the capacity looks like, would be a useful data point for me and others to understand that stipulation. I don't know if that could be available sometime tonight. Overall, I think the project is ultimately fine. I am empathetic about the impacts to neighbors, especially for traffic. I do trust our urban forester that we can take care of the oak tree, and I find it very persuasive that our housing element proposes 65 units, I believe, on this site. A couple of thoughts that I hope or I wonder if my colleagues would pick up on. I do prefer the 70-unit configuration with balconies. I think getting more units in I understand, otherwise functionally equivalent building gives us an extra affordable unit with no risk to the tree, and so mitigates that affordable unit distribution problem. And it doesn't just mitigate it, it adds I believe, one affordable unit. As I just mentioned, I'd also diverge from the default recommendation somewhat on parking. I think people who live in this building should be able to participate in the RPP program. And if in 2 years it turns out that they are, that is not necessarily a problem that needs fixing. I do think that we should look at traffic and circulation on that block, though, especially with any traffic impact fees that we generate from this project, which might be non-trivial. We could look at parking on one side or other circulation tweaks, maybe even making parts of Byron one way. I definitely see the value in letting people or letting emergency vehicles pass smoothly and easily on Byron. So overall supportive, dangling some threads about 70 units with balconies on the RPP thread and on prioritizing some traffic and circulation improvements on Byron.
I would second that if you made that a motion.
Well, I'll let others go through their comments.
Thank you. I want to follow up on one other issue related to what a narrow street Byron is with parking on both sides. Is there a construction mitigation plan that's part of the project?
The conditions of approval include preparation of a construction logistics plan as a part of the building permit submittal.
And had staff given thought to how problematic construction parking on Byron would be?
So this is something that we're familiar with, and as part of that construction management plan, we would be looking at where employees, where construction workers will be parking and satellite parking, how they're going to get to and from the site. That's all stuff that we look at as a part of that.
So that could address construction worker parking, but not the equipment that might be used in the construction, right?
Well, potentially it could include that as well, because that's part of the staging and when cement pours are taking place, and there might be a need for some parking, some permit approved through our Office of Transportation to block off some spaces in order to accommodate that. And that might be the location of the construction vehicles, but also across the street if it's creating a challenge for vehicles to go through.
Yeah, on this particular site, I can see this as being potentially real problematic.
We had a similar situation on University at Kipling when that project was going forward. So, and then also when you looked at the single-family home on Middlefield, these are some things that are examples of some areas where we've addressed that.
Okay. And then on the number of units, I think the 70 with balconies or the 66 without is, it's 6 one, half dozen another to me. I don't have a strong preference either way. On the issue of the balancing the tree trimming, which seems potentially problematic, I don't have the ability to judge that, but we heard from our arborist that it probably would be preferable. He voiced a misunderstanding that would be contingent on approval by the applicant, but this is a PHC. We can put that as a condition, although I would think the applicant might not have a problem. Through the chair, we might ask.
If I may clarify, it's actually the adjacent property owner where the broader tree branches are, rather than the applicant of this project.
I see. Thank you for that clarification. My misunderstanding. To help folks who are concerned about whether this project does or doesn't comply with builder's remedy eligibility, the adjacent property owners had cited in one of their letters that the applicant cannot use builder's remedy if the jurisdiction had adopted a housing element in substantial compliance with the state housing element law. And that might imply that it's the date that we adopted a housing element that HCD subsequently agreed was substantially compliant. Unfortunately, the interpretation of that law as of now is that it's when HCD deems that. And that's exactly the remedy that was included in SB 457 that Senator Becker introduced this year. It's carried over in a 2-year bill, although that's not very hopeful. And it would have clarified that it was the date that the city adopted a housing element that HCD subsequently agreed was compliant. It's bad law as written, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like it favors the interpretation that you thought it might. And I agree, that's what it should be. And let's see, lastly, I think that covers my questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? If not, entertain a motion. Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I have one more last comment here. Pull up my, can you pull up the slides? I think it's slide 12 of the staff package. Yeah. Okay, question for staff here. It says, Byron's street side yard, 12 feet above grade. What does that mean?
It means that the wall of the building is set back 12 feet from the property line. So there's the curb to the public sidewalk to the property line, and then from the property line to the face of the building is 12 feet.
Yeah, but that entire portion from the wall to the sidewalk has a stairway on it. So it's not like the city could use that if we needed a bike lane or something there. So there is an encroachment there. The encroachment is the stairway. And so I don't think we're really being transparent here when we say we have 12 feet of setback.
Correct. That's why it says 0 feet below grade. I understand, the perspective that at grade would also be zero based on the location of the
if someone's
stairs.
coming up the stairs, their body is going to be above grade. So it is an intrusion. I don't want to get into this, but I think that we're not being transparent. We're using setbacks both on the Middlefield side with the stairway there and the stairway here. And those are real encroachments, and we should be public about that and say, we are encroaching in the setback. These are the reasons we think that's acceptable. And we're not doing that. We're just sweeping it on the rug. And I don't like the lack of transparency. And I also don't like the fact that we're setting a precedent. Any other developer is going to see this and say, oh, I have free reign to do the setback. So I think we have to be really careful when we're doing this kind of stuff. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liu?
I would like to make a motion, and the base motion is the staff recommendation with a modifier that this relates to the 70-unit proposal with balconies. Hopefully there are no staff objections to phrasing a motion that way, where we are taking the staff motion as related to a 70-unit proposal with balconies. That is, okay, clear and properly agendized and all that. Okay, I did want to see a quick straw poll of whether folks here would be open to removing the required mitigations and reporting for spillover parking. Okay. Actually, procedural point, can I make my default, or, okay, I'll just make the full motion and we can amend it if we need to. So the staff recommendation as related to the 70-unit proposal with balconies, with modifications to remove required mitigations for spillover parking. And also maybe one more question. I think we should investigate traffic and circulation improvements on Byron. I don't think we need to include that in the motion, and I just want to double check that. And I see the nods and shakes, so that's good.
Explain the amendment that you just made to your own motion. It's not really an amendment.
Yeah, so staff recommendation for a 70-unit proposal with balconies without required mitigations for spillover parking, which means that the current recommendation requires the applicant to make mitigations for any residents that participate in the RPP program. The phrasing in attachment E is, as part of this TDM plan, the applicant shall propose a method to assess spillover parking created by the project, ... and identify incentives or penalties to address spillover parking. And it continues a bit further down that 2 years after building occupancy, the property owner shall report to the Office of Transportation the number of parking spaces being leased, and that will be compared to the number of RPP permits issued to the building for the purpose of determining if resident parking is spilling over into the neighborhood. So essentially, it's saying that every person in this building that participates in the RPP program is spillover parking, and that the applicant needs to have incentives or penalties so that they get off of the RPP program and instead lease a spot in the downstairs garage. And I think I don't love how this stipulation about spillover parking is phrased. I think once you become a resident of the neighborhood, you are not spillover parking, you are just parking in the neighborhood. And I think the requirements are also vague. It stipulates incentives and penalties and implies that spillover parking is just any parking that uses an RPP but isn't very clear. I don't love that section.
I'll stay with my second and listen to other colleagues.
Yeah.
Lights from anyone else? No lights, I guess we're going to a vote. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I will propose an amendment that we restore the mitigations for spillover parking.
Second.
And I think we've had enough discussion. I don't need to speak to the amendment.
Councilmember Ames.
Since we're a body of 5 tonight instead of 7, I would just like the city attorney to clarify for us how many votes are needed to pass the amendment, the motion.
Mr. Yang, correct me if I'm wrong, the council needs 4 votes to approve this item tonight, not 3. Let's ask the ultimate question first.
I believe that's correct.
Right, so the amendment should have 4 as well. Otherwise, you're not going to get to an item that you're going to approve. So you've moved and seconded an amendment.
I'm sorry, I'm not certain. That may be correct, but I'm not certain that the amendment requires 4.
Yeah, I'm not either.
And we just didn't hear clarity from Mr. Yang that it definitely requires 4 on the motion, which I believe it does. But
I believe
we
it
need
does as well.
clarity.
Okay. If you take a couple of minutes recess, we'll get you clarity on both of those questions.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the city attorney. Folks, can we have some quiet now?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Approval of a PHC is an ordinance, and under our charter, an ordinance requires 4 votes, regardless of the fact that there are absences. The amendment is a rule of order, and it is not subject to the charter's requirement for 4 votes, and so therefore it's a majority of those present and voting, so 3 votes will approve the amendment.
Okay, so we now have the amendment on the floor made by Councilmember Burt, and I think seconded by Councilmember Rectal. So we're going to vote on that.
Councilmember Lou?
No.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
No.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Motion fails, or amendment fails.
Okay, so we go back to the original motion.
Just have a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Burt.
Just so my vote will be understood, I plan to vote against the original motion, and then we can have an opportunity to see if we can have a motion that would go forward at that time.
Okay, yeah. Did you have a comment as well? No. I don't think this is a material aspect of this, and I think we have time in the future to be looking at mitigations and all that, but the important part is the underlying motion around the number of units and all the rest of the stuff that staff and the applicant has worked so hard to put in there.
All right, taking the vote on the original motion.
And this requires 4.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
No.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
No.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
No.
Oh, sorry, fails.
Yes. The ordinance is not adopted, right?
Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I would like to make the same motion, but including the restoring the mitigations for spillover parking.
Needing a second.
Second.
And I'll just say that my understanding is that was an agreement, part of the conditions that the developer had agreed to. Is that correct?
It was added by the Planning and Transportation Commission. It is not one of the items that they objected to in consideration this evening.
Okay. Well, I think it's, we have potentially a lot of impacts from this project, and many of which we're really not going to be able to mitigate. This is one that we can. And so I think it's important to include the mitigations that were put forward in the staff report.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
I appreciated Councilmember Lou's comment twice, I believe, that once you become a resident of the community, you're a resident of the community, and any implication that your arrival is somehow displacing others, although it is a factual truth, how do you incorporate new people in and treat them the same going forward if you have rules like this that suggest that somehow they're not as entitled to use the RPP as anyone else who's a resident of that community? So that's what concerns me and motivated my original vote against the amendment.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes, I think this, to me, this is really analogous to saying that people who move into this new project should have second priority for reservations at Lucy Stern or anything else where you really apply for scarce resources that the city administers. I don't know how this vote would go with a full council, but I mean, at least in tonight, I think the majority of us did prefer that first option. I'm also not totally hung up on this, right? I think the main action, like the mayor said, is the main action. But at least for this next round of voting, I would probably, or I would vote no on this motion.
So my comment is that we don't want to, I can't think of the right analogy, it's too late, but the substance of the motion is the project. It's not the parking mitigation. And that was there. It's just been announced that the applicant was cooperative with that. So I don't think we should, stall on making the motion finally after how many years. And I think we should pass it tonight. I think we should find 5 votes and pass it tonight. Okay, so I don't think there's any more. Yep, there is.
Could we just clarify, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you just said the applicant was fined with the qualification. Was that what staff said? Okay, yeah. I misunderstood. I heard it the opposite way. Okay. I thought you said it came from the PTC. Oh, and you said the applicant did not contest it or something like that. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's...
I believe you were looking for, we don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face or throw the baby out with the bathwater or any...
Yeah, but those were so cliche-ish that...
Oh, forgive me.
I couldn't think of anything, so... All right, so let's take a vote, please.
Just to confirm the language, is modification to restore required mitigation for spillover parking needed or no?
No.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
No.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Thanks to the years of effort by staff, consultants, applicants, and citizens who have been very much involved in this process. So, and the commissions, I know that too. So, thank you very much. Okay, we're at 11 o'clock. Do we know how many public comments there are for the next item?
There are 4 requests to speak.
All right, so I think the sane thing to do at this hour is to take public comment by the 4 public speakers and then reschedule this item.
This is, just to clarify, action item 7, and there are 2 additional hands raised on Zoom, so that is 7, or 6.
6. Right. So we'll take public comment of 2 minutes from those 6, and then we're going to have to push it. Yeah, they do.
So if we reschedule it?
So, Mr. Mayor, obviously, it is at the pleasure of the council whether or not we take this item up in full. I will just note that I think staff would be happy to skip the presentation if that would be desired to shorten this, have the public comment. This is an item that went before the Rail Committee, was unanimously recommended by the committee. We also have consultants that are here, and so to the extent we reschedule this, we will need to find a date to bring those folks back. So I don't know the pleasure of the council if there's a full discussion, but your colleagues have reviewed this and recommended it for council approval.
Well, first of all, do we know if any of the people who want to comment need to see the staff report before commenting? About online? Just to get that data point?
So sorry, Mayor, could you repeat that?
Do the people that are online need to see the staff report before they make a public comment?
For the presentation,
You mean the presentation? Do you mean?
Yeah, staff report in a presentation format, yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so then it is the pleasure of the council, and I'm happy to take, I mean, what we could do is do the comments and see if this goes fast, because we know what we're going to do. If that doesn't happen after, 15 minutes, we can just push it at that point. Are you amenable to that, all? Councilmember Burt? Yeah. We may hear the full item. It depends on our attitude after we hear the, okay, so in that case, then why don't we do the run of the report quickly?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. And tonight we also have consultants from Community Home attending this meeting for any technical questions. Next slide, please. So the discussion tonight is looking at the quiet zone in Palo Alto. I will briefly present purpose, background, and some of the alternatives we had under consideration, and the recommendations from the Rail Committee and the next steps. Next slide, please. So the objective of our quiet zone project is to reduce noise and improve quality of life through implementation of measures in Palo Alto at existing at-grade crossings. And one that we are recommending tonight, or that was recommended by the Rail Committee, was to go with 4-quadrant gate systems for improvements at Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston. And that would help us implement a quiet zone along this corridor. Next slide, please. So staff have, the quiet zone implementation is initiated through community input. It has been a long time desire from our community to have a quiet zone or noise reductions along the Caltrain corridor. Council had got this item in as a priority setting in the last couple of years, and this was initiated through Palo Alto Avenue crossing back in 2022, which is currently construction is currently in progress. The Palo Alto Avenue crossing have limited improvements like median modification and signing striping, which was different from what's required at Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston. And we got a consultant procurement in 2024 for a study, and went through the Rail Committee's review in August and September for the recommendations. Next slide, please. Just to note that the quiet zone study for Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston is separate from ongoing discussions of other projects such as rail grade separation or safety improvements or Caltrain improvements at these crossings. So this is a separate project. Next slide, please. Noting that railroads are required to blow horn when they're crossing any at-grade crossing at a decibel level 96 to 110 decibels, and they have to start blowing horn 20 seconds in advance of crossing and through the crossings until they clear the entire crossing. Next slide, please. The quality of life issue come as this noise, disrupts the life of the residents who live along the corridor. And in order for us to ask Caltrain not to blow horns, it would require establishment of quiet zone, which requires a study that looks at additional measures that can lower the risk if it is operated without horns. And that's what we have conducted a study, and the existing crossing as it exists today do not meet those requirements. And so looking for implementing measures that can allow us to implement quiet zone. Next slide, please. Two of the measures that were looked at primarily one was the wayside horns. It's actually a alternative measure, which is a replacement of a train horn with a static horn and a physical location at the crossing. The these wayside horns they would be sounding horns similar to what the train locomotive horns would, but it would just shorten the footprint of the sound that would be propagating from those crossing, because it's a physical static location at the crossing, noting that there will be increase in number of frequency for those horns being heard at the crossing. Next slide, please. Other alternative that is very common and popular is the 4-quadrant gate system, which kind of seals a barrier for vehicular crossing across the railroad tracks. And so that is added two additional gate measures for the exit system, and that allows for meeting the requirements for quiet zone. Next slide, please. Rail Committee reviewed various factors that are listed on the slide and compared between the two measures that were looked at, and proposed to go forward with a recommended 4-quad gate system as a proposed measures. Next slide, please. So the meeting was held on September 16th, and the Rail Committee members are present tonight, and they're familiar with these recommendations. Next slide, please. Just to conclude that this particular segment of the project is the study phase, and after the council approval tonight with the proposed measures, we will look into the implementation measures, which includes design, construction, permitting, and certifications. Next slide, please. There are a couple of ways we could deliver this project, and so the timings and the cost could vary a little bit based on if the Caltrain was to design and construct, or if the city was to design it and the project is constructed by Caltrain. So if there are any such recommendations by the council, we'll be more than happy to look at, but we'll have more discussions with the Caltrain on how to implement and deliver this project. Next slide, please. So this is another option where Caltrain is to design and construct. There are some efficiencies in timing, and then there's cost related to that. So that's the pros and cons. Next slide, please. So tonight we are seeking council approval to move forward with 4-quadrant gate system as a safety measures on Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston to implement quiet zone along the Palo Alto corridor. And then next steps would include procure funding and to coordinate with Caltrain to initiate the design of the project. And that concludes the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, if there are any initial questions, we can do that. Otherwise, go to public comment. Okay, let's go to public comment. Six total, 2 minutes, please.
Our first speaker is Herb B. Herb B. Moving to our next speaker, Rachel C.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Rachel Croft. I live on Mariposa near the Churchill crossing. I'm very glad that you're taking up this item tonight. I hope that this is much easier. It seems like it should be much easier. I was very happy to see that there was a unanimous decision to recommend the quad gates. However, I did review the Rail Committee video. I saw that there was not much time to discuss it, so it sounds like you guys weren't 100% behind it. So I'm here to just talk about the experience and the recommendation from my and my neighbor's standpoint. When I moved in, the trains ended quite much earlier in the night, and recently Caltrain has put on a lot more trains, and they go until 1 a.m. So they're literally blasting until 1 a.m., which interrupts sleep. I have a new neighbor with a 5-year-old who wakes up with that freight train in the middle of the night every single night, and it is a big problem for him just having bought this house. So when it comes to the solution, I'm strongly against wayside horns. Unlike quiet zones, they fail to eliminate the blasts in the region of the crossing, and not only will residents hear them, but bikers and walkers waiting at the crossings will just be blasted by concentrated horns. So we are seeking to eliminate the noise, not to move and concentrate the noise. Quad gates are the solution. In addition to eliminating the train horns, the changes they require will make crossings safer. So I strongly urge you to go with a quad gate solution to eliminate the noise. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Melinda M.
Linda's my wife. She wants me to go first. Is that all right? Okay. I'm John Melnichuk. Thank you so much. As I watch this, the council meet today on other issues, I am incredibly grateful for the dedication and intelligence and perseverance of everybody here on so many complex issues. This issue around quad gates should be quite simple. I'll keep it short. So, my name is John Melnichuk. I live between Meadow and Charleston off of Alma Street. We get pounded every day. I've briefed many of you about my concerns. I'm strongly in favor of quad gates. It seems to be a sensible solution. My next ask, because I anticipate that you'll say yes to this, is to do it quickly. We've been waiting a decade. We wasted a year talking about wayside horns, which are obsolete technology suitable for farmland, not for the railway in our city. And we've been told that it will be 3 to 5 years to implement this project. When I talked to Eric Walker from the Federal Railway Administration, he said it was possible to do it in 13 months. That's the fastest he'd ever seen it. I doubt that's realistic here, but that's a goal for us. I'm hoping to encourage us to move quickly. Adi Sogsmeen from the CPUC tells us that creating quiet zones is a priority here for Palo Alto because of safety and overall quality of life here. He's ready to do everything he can to facilitate and help our city meet the goals to implement quiet zones. We can count on that. He said that the largest delay that he observed in other cities was finding the funding. It took time to do it because the projects are expensive. Caltrain currently has about a 13-month construction backlog. If we approved it today and we had the plans approved today, we could start construction by December 2026, if I got that right. And we know that the city can move quickly when lives are at stake. We recently saw lightning fast movement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melinda M.
Thank you, Council, for hearing from us. I have to admit that I'm having a hard time staying awake because the trains are not blasting me through the night, which they repeatedly wake me up all night. So the decibel noise for a typical bedroom is 30 decibels. We have 3 mitigating noise factors in our house, which are the train horns, the freight horns, the jet noise, and the road noise. So just echoing my husband, please approve this quickly. Let's get it moving. Allocate staff time to this, and all of our neighbors will be very grateful. And it's been a long time coming. So let's do it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian B.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Adrian Brandt. For identification purposes, I'm the chair of the Caltrain Citizens Advisory Committee. Speaking on my own behalf this evening, I want to encourage you to adopt the staff recommendation. I've studied wayside horns and located numerous YouTube videos of them in action. And for technical reasons I won't bore you with right now, having to do with the electronic circuits in the tracks, they sound constantly from the time that they activate until the train reaches the island circuit of the crossing. And that means that in the YouTube videos, that the compilations I've located, these horns blast at the same volume as the train, but directly at residences and people, bikes, pedestrians, so forth, at the crossings, up to 20 times per train movement. So it's a great, great increase in noise for people anywhere in the vicinity of the crossings and at dangerously loud volume levels. So I'm glad to see the staff recommendation is to go for the quad gates. Another point I wanted to just point out, there were members of the community quoted in the Palo Alto Daily Post in a front page article Saturday that were concerned that quad gates could trap a vehicle on the tracks. This is false. The California Public Utilities Commission requires that quad gates have occupancy sensors. And just like the quad gates that Atherton now has for a citywide quiet zone, the exit gates that get added to the crossing remain in the open position anytime something is blocking the crossing. So it's completely impossible for them to block or trap someone. Just wanted to point that out. Lastly, I want to encourage you to move with all possible speed and try to pursue the High-Speed Rail Authority money. They need to install quad gates. It's in their environmental plans. They may not have money now, but maybe you can make an agreement to get reimbursed later because it is an expense that they will incur. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer.
Thank you, council and staff, for your hard work. Unlike any other city locally and probably around the country, neighbors impacted by train noise in Palo Alto have the compounding effect of major levels of air traffic noise. The strong physiological stress responses, sleep disruption, and cardiovascular strain that this exposure has brought result in not a theoretical topic for our community. Please do as Atherton has done, take the only serious alternative to address the severity of problems involved with cumulative noise, implement quad gates. Atherton does not have anywhere near the levels of cumulative transportation noise impacts. I sent you an aircraft noise studies which today are so precise, showing that exposure to nighttime aircraft noise in the 2 hours preceding death spikes the odds of fatal events by 44%. Not taking the strongest course of action to combat noise levels experienced from Caltrain plus SFO is a matter of not only increasing hazards to people, including seniors, but the amount of people affected increases as well. I also strongly oppose the wayside horns idea and don't understand why it has continued or to delay the best alternative. Please make the construction of quad gates to start immediately a high priority. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on action item 7.
Thank you to the public. Up to the dais for any conversation. Councilmember Burt, who's chair of the Rail Committee.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to first say that the Rail Committee, going back now more than 2 years, has been real supporters of eliminating the current horn blasting approach at Palo Alto Avenue. We had an easier approach because the mitigations that were the measures that are needed to have a quiet zone are far less, so the cost is less and the time frame is less. It's more problematic at Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston because we have to do the full package of measures. But nevertheless, that's the committee has been strongly supportive of addressing the horn noise. I also want to say, though, that the choice between wayside horns and the quiet zone is not as black and white as some people have claimed. If we can have slide 10, this was very helpful to have this table, although it doesn't include a time of implementation. But it does show that, one, there's a cost difference, so the difference between $1.5 and $4.1 million per location. And I think that's a refinement from what we received at the Rail Committee. Is that correct? Was the numbers were closer to each other at that time? Is that right, Rippon?
The cost for quad gate systems have gone higher based on Caltrain input, but yeah, we had wayside horn cost was the same.
Okay, so the spread became greater. It was closer together. I can't remember what the quad gate cost was. So the reason why we considered wayside horns at all is because they're 2/3 the cost. They are faster and simpler to install. And the data that we received was that they were reduced the horn noise by 80 to 90%. The quiet zone is more complete of a benefit, but it takes longer, costs much more. We don't have that money at this time, although there are prospective sources we can pursue for that. So that's really the trade-offs that we're looking at. I did want to note one other thing that has occurred since the Rail Committee reviewed this, and that is our enhanced crossing strategy. So the safety impacts of, in one sense, the safety purpose of blasting horns from a train is to really get cars and people ample warning that a train is coming. There's really a debate on how effective that is at getting cars and people off of tracks. But nevertheless, that's the principle. It's a reason that Caltrain hasn't been enthusiastic about quiet zones. We now have, with the Rail Sentry program that's being installed, the delineators and solar lights and markings that are all part of the enhanced crossing strategy, and then the anti-intrusion mats on the outside of the crosswalks. Those measures will actually have very significant safety reductions and be much more beneficial in all likelihood than quad gates at preventing accidents. But the federal rules require the quad gates, but we're going to get that safety. And so where Caltrain has been concerned that if you eliminate horn noise, you will reduce the safety, I believe that that was all the premise before Caltrain and we have adopted this new set of enhanced crossing strategies. And I think the game has changed, and for the better. And it means that we don't have that trade-off any longer of possible reduction in safety from not blasting the horns. So we basically, those measures have to a great degree reduced the practical value of horn blasting. When we did have the public meeting, the members of the public asked why wayside horns were even being considered. And to my great disappointment, the consultant said, well, the only reason is because the Rail Committee insisted on it. And that was factually wrong, and I was very disappointed in it. Fortunately, Ripon corrected the record, and the additional reasons why wayside horns are a legitimate alternative were considered. I'll note that in San Diego area, Del Mar and one other city have installed wayside horns, and it was viewed as a great civic achievement, and they're very happy with them in those locations. It doesn't mean it's the right thing for here. I'm almost done. The last point is that a detriment to the quiet zones is the 5 years that the consultants have projected, and I agree with the public speakers that that should not be necessary for the timeline. Research that I've done, that they have done, has all indicated that that timeline can be reduced, because waiting 5 years for this benefit versus waiting a fraction of that time for a wayside horn is not a good trade-off. But if we can shrink the timeline for the quiet zones, then we can move this forward more rapidly. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithgott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also a proud member of the Rail Committee and just want to agree with everything Councilmember Byrd has said and just add, I too would not say that investing in investigating wayside horns was a waste of time. They seemed to be a quicker and less expensive way to give people like Mr. Melnichuk and Ms. McGee and their neighbors who hear 842 horns a day relief much more quickly. It certainly seemed that that was possible given the data we were being shown, the imagery we were being shown. We saw these maps showing how the sound emanates from a moving train versus a wayside horn, and it did seem that wayside horns would much reduce the noise for almost everybody. So that was appealing in an effort to try to help people more quickly at a more affordable cost. However, I became persuaded that the maintenance of wayside horns was seemingly iffy. Municipalities that have gone before, despite those have gone before us, although some have been successful with wayside, others we've read have decided to yank them out because they were malfunctioning and there weren't enough vendors to address those issues. And so it seemed like a higher risk solution, and coupled with the possibility that the quad gates could be installed more quickly. I mean, what we're all trying to get to is relief for the people impacted by the noise of all of these trains as quickly as possible. And while I was already of that opinion when we got to rail that day, it was a day just like this, where this item smacked up against the fact that everybody needed to leave. And we're like, well, let's give both options to council to consider because we just thought it was the right thing to do. I have since become convinced that the way to go is quad gates and quad gates as quickly as possible.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah. My neighborhood gets the full horn exposure, so my neighbors are big fans. And they are big fans and they want it tomorrow. So anything we do to speed it up. In the staff report, they talk about teaming with Caltrain and speeding the timeline to 36 months. Can you talk about, is that feasible to work with Caltrain and can we get down to 36 months?
Yeah, our initial conversations with Caltrain has been that they would be able to implement it in 36 months if we have all the funding arrangement and service agreement in place.
Okay, and for the motion tonight, do we need to reference that, or is that going to something you're going to work on regardless?
It would be good to see the council preference, and we can incorporate it that way.
Okay.
It's not required.
Councilmember Liu?
Thank you. I just had one question. Is there anything that the city could do or that the city could work with other agencies to do that would actually accelerate this timeline? Are there any steps in that timeline or in that flow chart that you presented that you think we could help short circuit somewhat?
So, again, city's intent will be always to expedite it to the best. There are staff resources constrained, as well as certain things are not within our preview, because we have to go through CPUC approval, we have to go through FRA certification, and some of those timelines, even though the expedited schedule, they would be able to approve it in as little as 45 days, but they can take as much as 90 days. So things are not within our control when it leaves our jurisdiction from decision-making or approvals.
Yes, I think at some point though, when it may be something that should take 45 days and maybe takes 90 days max starts taking 95 days, we're accustomed to pinging our state representatives and getting them to grease some wheels or, that's, at least I know happened in other contexts, and I'm sure we'd be happy to try to push things along. So not just limited to things in your power, but things where we could conceivably help, we would love to.
Certainly all those will help expedite it.
Don't be shy. Thank you.
Yeah, I know staff wants to get this thing going as well. There's the question of dollars too that has to come in there and kind of phase in along with all the other constraints that you mentioned. But I'm not worried that our transportation staff wants to get this thing going. So I will I will move the staff motion.
Second.
Any other comment? Okay, let's go to a vote.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, in adjournment, I want to recognize the passing of a citizen, Matthew Matt Dolan, and adjourn in his honor. He was a dedicated professional in the hospitality industry, and he was actively involved in the Chamber of Commerce and served on the board of the Palo Alto Rotary Club. Through his unwavering commitment to excellence in hospitality, he earned the prestigious Tall Tree Award for Outstanding Business for the Homewood Suites by Hilton Palo Alto. We honor Matt as a devoted husband and father, son, brother, an impactful member of our community whose leadership and kindness left a lasting legacy. So we adjourn in. Sure. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I had the real privilege to know Matt well. And I just want to say that as a member of the business community, he was unfailingly civic-minded and was so generous with his time and the resources that they were able to provide. And he always took the viewpoint of what was in the best interest of the community over what was in the narrow interests of his business. And in doing so, having that very positive approach, he also had a very successful business that they ran. But he was really a generous, selfless, wonderful person, and I'm just so sad that he has passed at such a young age.
Thanks for that addition. Thanks very much. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, staff.